Hey you. Yeah, you somehow watching a video about dead rich guys at this hour. Respect. Here's the thing though, you've probably heard of Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, but there was an entire generation of Americans who stacked fortunes so massive they make your jaw drop and history basically ghosted them. We're talking about the era before the Gilded Age, before the railroads and the oil wells, when a guy off a boat with nothing in his pockets could end up owning entire city blocks. That era? Almost completely erased from the textbooks. Tonight we're pulling it back out of the vault. We're talking fur traders turned real estate moguls, immigrant merchants who rewrote how shopping works, and plantation dynasties so wealthy they made the US Treasury look underfunded, all of it built, lost or burned down before most people even know it existed. Oh, and there may or may not be opium involved. Just saying. Drop a comment right now, where in the world are you watching this from? Seriously, I want to know. And if you're into forgotten history that hits different, smash that like button because the algorithm's not going to do us any favours on this one. Alright, lights down, let's go back to a time when America's first fortunes were being built from scratch and nobody had any idea what was coming. The boat that changed American financial history did not arrive with any fanfare. No brass band, no welcoming committee, no official record noting that something significant had just docked in Baltimore Harbour. It was the winter of 1784, and among the passengers stepping onto the wharf was a 20-year-old German named Johann Jakob Astor, who had in his possession a modest collection of wooden flutes, approximately $7 in cash, and an evaluative intelligence that would, over the next 6 decades, reshape what it meant to be wealthy in the United States. Nobody on that dock had any reason to suspect any of this. He looked by all accounts like exactly what he was, a young man from a small village with nothing much to his name and a great deal of ground to cover. He came from Waldorf, a farming settlement in the Baden region of southwestern Germany, so small and so thoroughly agricultural that its most distinguished industry was its butcher trade, which his father ran. The fourth son of a butcher in a village with limited prospects had roughly 3 career options available to him in 18th century Germany: stay and inherit nothing meaningful, join the military and endure conditions that make the fur trade sound luxurious by comparison, or leave. Astor left. He spent a year in London working for an older brother who had established a modest musical instrument business there, picked up English with a persistence that suggested he understood its future value, and then booked passage to America on the logic not unreasonable given the available evidence that a country which had just finished fighting a revolution for the right to build its own economy might have more room in it for someone with ambition and no existing connections than anywhere in Europe. This calculation, which sounds almost obvious stated plainly, was actually a genuine insight in 1783. Most people emigrating to America at this period were doing so out of desperation rather than strategic analysis. They were escaping poverty, persecution, or the particular misery of being a younger son in a system that gave everything to the eldest. Astor was doing something slightly different. He was making a bet on an emerging market, which is a very modern way to describe a very deliberate decision made by a 20-year-old who could not possibly have articulated it in those terms, but was executing the logic precisely nonetheless. The flutes were not, it should be noted, a romantic detail. They were inventory. He intended to sell them in New York, where his other brother Henry had already established himself in the instrument trade. The $7 were working capital. He was, from the moment he stepped off the boat, running a small import business, which was either an early sign of commercial instincts or simply the only practical option available to a young man who needed to eat and had no other assets, probably both. What happened next is where the story gets interesting. On the voyage from London to Baltimore, Astor had the good fortune or the social intelligence to strike up a conversation with a fellow passenger who was in the fur trade. This man, whose name history has not preserved with any certainty, spent the crossing explaining to the young German how the North American fur business worked, where the animals were, who trapped them, how the pelts were graded and processed, what they fetched in European markets, and what the margins looked like for someone positioned correctly in the middle of the chain. By the time the ship docked, Astor had decided that he was less interested in selling flutes than in selling fur, which was a more interesting problem with considerably larger numbers attached to it. He arrived in New York with the flutes, sold them, used the proceeds to buy a small initial stock of pelts, and went to work. His first job in the fur business was in a shop owned by a Quaker merchant, where he learned the practical mechanics of the trade, how to grade beaver, muskrat and otter pelts, how to identify quality, how to pack and ship skins without damaging them, and how to navigate the relationships between the shop, the upstate trappers, and the London buyers. He was, by multiple accounts, an exceptionally fast learner, which is perhaps the most useful quality available to someone who is trying to compress a decade of industry knowledge into a year or two. He also made his first buying trips into upstate New York, travelling by whatever transport was available, which in the 1780s meant largely by foot and by canoe to purchase pelts directly from the trappers and indigenous traders who produced them. These trips were not comfortable. The roads north of Albany were at best seasonal tracks, and at worst complete fictions. The accommodations at overnight stops range from basic to genuinely alarming. The weather in the Adirondack foothills in November operates on the principle that if you were warm enough, you weren't outside enough. Astor made these trips anyway, repeatedly, because buying directly from the source rather than through intermediaries produced margins that made the physical discomfort economically rational. This was his first lesson in the fundamental principle that would organize his entire career. Every link in a commercial chain between producer and buyer represents a cost. Removing links increases your share of the final price. Remove enough links and you have a business rather than a job. By the early 1790s, he had moved from working for others to working entirely for himself, which removed the largest single link between his labour and his income. He had also, in 1785, married Sarah Todd, a decision that turned out to be commercially as well as personally significant. Sarah came from a respectable New York merchant family and brought not only social connections but a sharp financial mind and a genuine understanding of the trade. During Astor's increasingly frequent and extended absences in the field, she managed the accounts, handled correspondence with European buyers, and made operational decisions with a competence that her husband acknowledged directly in conversation and in letters, which was somewhat unusual for the period. The business was, in practice, a partnership, even if the legal and social structures of the era did not describe it that way. His network expanded steadily through the 1790s. He developed relationships with trappers across a territory stretching from the Great Lakes to the St. Lawrence Valley, with shipping agents in New York who could move his product efficiently, and with buyers in London and Amsterdam who knew his name and trusted his grading. Trust in this era was not a soft concept. It was the primary institutional technology available in a commercial environment without reliable banking, consistent contract enforcement, or any of the other infrastructure that modern markets take for granted. A merchant whose word was good was a merchant who could conduct business on credit, which in an era of scarce hard currency was the difference between a small operation and a large one. Astor's word was very good, and he maintained this reputation with a consistency that suggested he understood its monetary value precisely. The scale of the fur trade in this period is worth understanding, because it contextualizes how someone could build real wealth from it. Beaver pelts in the 1780s and 1790s were not a luxury commodity traded in small volumes. They were a global industrial input, feeding a European hat-making industry that dressed virtually every middle-class and upper-class man on the continent. A well-made beaver felt hat was a serious article that could last decades. It repelled water, it held its shape, and it signalled social position in a society that read clothing the way modern audiences read professional profiles. The demand was enormous and consistent. The supply required access to North American wilderness that most European buyers simply did not have. An American merchant positioned between the two sides of this equation and trusted by both was, structurally, in an extremely favourable position. Astor was positioned exactly here, and he kept improving his position. He brought better intelligence about where trapping was productive and where it was declining. He adjusted his purchasing routes and relationships as the beaver population in the more accessible eastern territories was reduced by decades of intensive harvesting, following the frontier of undisturbed wilderness westward. He invested in better storage facilities to ensure his pelts arrived at market in the best possible condition. He studied the London and Amsterdam markets carefully enough to develop a genuine read on price cycles, buying more aggressively when prices were temporarily depressed and holding inventory when they were about to rise. None of these moves were dramatic. Cumulatively, over 15 years, they produced a business that was generating more money than almost any comparable operation in the country. In 1808, he took the step that moved him from successful merchant to something qualitatively different. he incorporated the American Fur Company, a federally chartered enterprise that gave his operations a legal structure, a capital base, and a legitimacy that the informal arrangements of his earlier career lacked. The timing was deliberate. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 had effectively doubled the geographic scope of North American territory available for commercial development, and Astor understood with clarity that the fur-bearing lands of the interior continent represented an asset of staggering potential value to whoever could organize the trade across them first and most efficiently. The American Fur Company was his vehicle for doing exactly that. The scale of what he then built is genuinely impressive even by modern standards. Over the following 2 decades, the company extended its operations from the Great Lakes to the Pacific coast, establishing trading posts, developing relationships with indigenous trading networks across thousands of miles of territory, and creating the first truly continental commercial enterprise in American history. He opened a Pacific coast operation that reached from the Columbia River mouth to the waters around Hawaii and into trade routes crossing toward Asia. He employed thousands of people across this territory in roles ranging from wilderness trapper to Manhattan clerk, and he managed the capital flows of this enterprise from his office in Lower New York with the aid of correspondence that moved by ship and horse and took weeks to arrive. Running this operation required a management structure that was, by necessity, highly decentralized. The people in the field had to make decisions independently because they had to. A crisis on the upper Missouri could not wait 6 weeks for instructions from New York. What Astor could control from the center was capital allocation where the money went, how much credit each operation received, which partnerships were worth maintaining and which were not. This turned out to be the genuinely critical variable. The people in the field handled logistics and relationships. What they needed constantly was money, and Astor's ability to supply it reliably and on terms that allowed his operations to function, while competitors were scrambling for credit, gave him a structural advantage that had less to do with knowing about fur and more to do with understanding how capital actually works in a resource-scarce commercial environment. His personal style during this period was not, by contemporary accounts, designed to make him beloved. He spoke English throughout his life with an accent so thick that new acquaintances occasionally had difficulty understanding him, and he showed no particular inclination to soften his manner of speaking or his manner of doing business to accommodate social expectations. He was direct to the point of bluntness in negotiation, had a memory for the details of every commercial arrangement he had ever entered into that bordered on the unsettling, and operated with a certainty about his own judgment that some people found admirable and others found intolerable. He ate famously with whatever utensil was most convenient regardless of table etiquette, and at least one dinner party account from a contemporaneous New York diarist records him wiping his fingers on the sleeve of the woman seated next to him at a formal gathering, apparently without embarrassment from either party, which does raise questions about which of them was handling the situation better. His social position in New York was the paradox that defined his later years. He was the richest man in the city by a margin that was not even close, and the city's social establishment was therefore required to deal with him, whether or not its members found this comfortable. The old Dutch families who had controlled New York commerce for generations, the Knickerbocker aristocracy that looked down on new money as a matter of principle, the New England merchant families with their Harvard connections and their carefully maintained sense of hereditary propriety, all of them had to navigate a world in which this German butcher's son controlled more capital than any of them. Most of them managed this by being politely cordial in his presence and freely dismissive in his absence, which is perhaps the most socially efficient solution available to people who need someone's money, but not their company. Astor, for his part, seemed largely indifferent to this dynamic. He was not unaware of social hierarchies. He was simply more interested in asset prices than in social acceptance, and he had enough of the former to make the absence of the latter relatively painless. He built a respectable house, attended the right events, cultivated connections with political figures when commercially useful. He was on easy terms with Jefferson, and maintained relationships with successive administrations that helped protect the American Fur Company's interests in federal policy, and generally conducted himself as a man who understood that wealth and respectability were related but not identical qualities, and who had prioritized the one that could be measured. The American Fur Company reached its operational peak in the 1820s, by which point it controlled the majority of the fur trade across a continental territory, and was generating revenues that placed it among the largest commercial enterprises in the country. Astor was, at this point, fabulously wealthy by any standard available in early 19th century America. But the specific decisions he was beginning to make about where to put that wealth, decisions that would ultimately produce a fortune larger than anything the fur business alone could have generated, belong to a different part of this story. What matters here is the foundation. How a man with no family money, no formal education, no inherited connections, and no particular social advantages managed, within a single lifetime and starting essentially from zero, to build himself into the dominant commercial figure in the country's largest city. The answer is not a single insight or a single lucky break. It is a combination of physical endurance in his early years, a genuine and sophisticated intelligence about how commercial systems work, an almost inhuman patience with the pace of wealth accumulation, and a willingness to make decisions that maximize long-term value at the expense of short-term comfort, his own and other people's. He worked harder than his competitors in the early years when working harder was the relevant variable. He thought more carefully than his competitors about capital allocation when that became the relevant variable, and he was willing, consistently and without apparent internal conflict, to be the person who had the better end of a transaction, regardless of what that meant for the person on the other end. This last quality is the one that tends to get softened or omitted from the conventional celebratory account of early American wealth building, but it is perhaps the most honestly important one. The trappers who supplied his furs worked in dangerous conditions for compensation that represented a small fraction of the ultimate commercial value of their labor. The indigenous trading networks whose relationships and knowledge made the entire enterprise possible received terms that reflected the power imbalance rather than their actual contribution. The clerks and factors who ran his field operations were well compensated relative to their alternatives, but operated under contract terms that heavily favored the company. This was not unusual for the era. It was, in fact, the standard operating procedure of commercial capitalism in every industry and geography of the period. What made Astor distinctive was not that he exploited these imbalances, but that he did so with more systematic intelligence and at larger scale than almost anyone else. By the late 1820s, he was beginning to shift his attention. The fur trade was still profitable, but he could see with the same clarity that had told him in 1784 to bet on America, rather than stay in Waldorf, that the era of great fur fortunes was drawing toward its close. The easily accessible beaver populations of the East had been dramatically reduced over decades of intensive harvesting. The frontier of productive trapping territory was moving steadily westward into regions that were increasingly expensive to operate in. Competition from the Hudson's Bay Company in the north was intensifying. Fashion, always an unreliable foundation for commercial planning, was beginning to shift away from beaver felt in ways that would accelerate as the century progressed. A different kind of hat was coming. Astor had no particular attachment to the old one. He had, by this point, already been doing something else with his money for 3 decades, something that would prove to be the actual source of his truly historic wealth and would create a family dynasty that outlasted him by generations. But that story, and the specific mechanics of how he turned Manhattan farmland into the foundation of a multi-generational fortune, is where this account picks up next. Before getting there, though, it is worth sitting for a moment with the specific texture of what Astor had built in his first 40 years in America, because it is genuinely unusual in ways that the summary version obscures. The thing he had done was not simply accumulate money. Plenty of people accumulated money in this period. What he had done was build a commercial system, a set of relationships, routes, contracts, and capital flows that was larger and more durable than any individual transaction within it. This is a different achievement, and it required a different kind of thinking. Most merchants in this era thought transactionally. They identified a specific opportunity, executed it, took their profit, and looked for the next opportunity. Astor thought systemically. He was always less interested in the profit from any individual deal than in the structure that would generate many deals over many years. This is why he invested so heavily in relationships with suppliers and buyers that he maintained for decades rather than switching to whoever offered the best terms on a given transaction. Short-term cost savings from switching partners were generally outweighed by the long-term value of a network that trusted him and that he understood thoroughly. He was building an asset, the network that compounded in value over time, exactly the way a well-chosen piece of Manhattan real estate would. The American Fur Company, incorporated in 1808, was in many ways simply the formal legal expression of the network he had already spent 2 decades building informally. Giving it a corporate structure gave it access to capital, gave its contracts greater legal enforceability, and gave Astor a mechanism for bringing in partners and investors without giving up operational control. It was also, importantly, a signal to the market. A federally chartered corporation was a different kind of entity than an individual merchant, even a very wealthy one. It implied permanence, institutional backing, and a scale of ambition that the informal arrangements of his earlier years had been too small to suggest convincingly. The company's expansion westward after the Louisiana Purchase was not a simple matter of sending people into new territory and waiting for profits. It required mapping trade relationships with indigenous nations across thousands of miles of country that most Americans had never seen, negotiating terms that were both commercially favorable and stable enough to sustain multi-year operations, and establishing physical infrastructure trading posts, storage facilities, transport routes in places where there was no existing infrastructure of any kind. This was expensive, complicated, and frequently went wrong in ways that were difficult to predict from a New York office. Astor funded it anyway, because his analysis of the long-term value of controlling the Western fur trade justified the near-term losses and headaches. Several of his Western ventures failed outright, including the Pacific Fur Company's Columbia River Post, which was sold under duress during the War of 1812 in circumstances that Astor found deeply irritating, and that he spent considerable subsequent effort trying to have legally reversed without success. He also had ongoing conflicts with the Northwest Company, the dominant Canadian fur trading enterprise, over territory and trading relationships that produced years of commercial friction and occasional physical confrontations in the field. These setbacks did not fundamentally alter his trajectory, partly because he had enough capital to absorb them without being forced to change strategy, and partly because his response to failure was characteristically analytical rather than emotional. He identified what had gone wrong, adjusted his approach, and continued. This capacity to take losses without panic is, from a business history perspective, one of the most underappreciated elements of his success. The early 19th century American economy was not a stable environment. Banking crises, sudden shifts in commodity prices, disruptions caused by war and trade embargo, the chronic unpredictability of credit availability, all of these could and regularly did destroy businesses that were perfectly well run by any reasonable standard. What protected Astor was not just that he was smart about individual decisions, but that he had built enough capital cushion to survive the decisions that went badly, and enough diversification across different operations that a disaster in one area did not take down the whole enterprise. He was practicing something that modern finance theory would call risk management, without the vocabulary for it and purely through accumulated experience. His relationship with the federal government during these years deserves specific mention, because it illustrates another dimension of how he operated that the conventional accounts tend to underemphasize. Astor was not simply a merchant navigating the regulatory environment. He was an active participant in shaping it. He cultivated relationships with political figures across administrations, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, and used those relationships to lobby for policies that benefited his commercial interests, including restrictions on foreign fur traders operating in American territory, favorable treatment of his company's federal licenses, and government contracts that gave his operations logistical support in remote areas. This was not corruption in any simple sense. It was the normal operation of commercial politics in a period when the line between government policy and private commercial interest was considerably less defined than it would later become. But it is a reminder that large fortunes in this era, as in most eras, were built not just through market competition, but through the active shaping of the market's rules. None of this made him popular with his competitors, obviously. The smaller fur traders who found themselves squeezed out of territories that Astor's company had effectively captured, the independent trappers who discovered that they had few alternatives to the terms his agents offered because his network had cornered the local market, the rival merchants who watched him use political connections to secure advantages they could not access. All of these people had detailed and frequently colourful opinions about John Jacob Astor that did not feature in the respectful obituaries published at his death. History, as noted, tends to be written by the survivors and the sympathetic. What the less sympathetic accounts capture, though, is something that the celebratory version misses. Astor was operating in an economic environment that was genuinely, structurally favourable to concentrated capital in ways that had nothing to do with his personal ethics. Capital advantages compounded, network effects created barriers to entry, political connections produced regulatory outcomes that protected the connected. These features of early American commerce were not Astor's inventions. They preceded him, and they outlasted him. What he did was understand them more clearly and exploit them more systematically than almost anyone else in his generation. By the time he began his gradual withdrawal from active fur trading management in the late 1820s, he had spent more than 4 decades building, adjusting, and expanding a commercial enterprise that had at various points touched nearly every corner of the North American continent. He had done this without formal business education, without inherited capital or connections, and without the institutional support structures that later generations of American industrialists would be able to take for granted. He had also done it without apparent nostalgia or sentimentality about the industry that had made him rich. When the analysis told him it was time to redirect capital, he redirected capital. The fur trade had been the vehicle. It was not the destination. The destination, it turned out, was an island 12 miles long and 2 miles wide at its widest point, covered in farms and marshes and small country estates, growing at a pace that anyone paying attention could see would continue for at least another century. The destination was Manhattan, and the strategy he would apply to it was so simple, so patient, and so ruthlessly effective that it would keep his family wealthy for 4 generations after he was gone. That is where this story goes next. There is a particular kind of historical amnesia that affects wealthy families, and it operates on a fairly predictable schedule. The first generation makes the money and does not discuss the details at dinner. The second generation manages the money and develops a general preference for not looking too carefully at where it came from. By the third generation, there are portraits, endowments, and a family history in which the fortune appears to have emerged from a combination of hard work, good values, and the general benevolence of the American economic system. The specific transactions responsible for the initial capital accumulation have, by this point, acquired the soft focus of legend, and by the 4th generation the family is funding universities, and nobody asks questions because that is not what you do at a university named after someone. This pattern was not invented by the Astors, but they executed it with particular thoroughness, which makes them a useful case study in how the actual origins of early American fortunes got systematically obscured in the decades following their creation. The fur trade that built Astor's initial capital was, as described, a legitimate if often exploitative commercial enterprise. The China trade that multiplied it into something genuinely extraordinary was a different matter, and it is worth spending some time with that difference, because it illuminates something important about how the first generation of American multimillionaires actually functioned. The China trade in the early 19th century was, by the standards available at the time, fabulously profitable. American ships making the Pacific run could expect returns that made domestic commerce look like a hobby. The reason for these returns was not complicated. Chinese consumers wanted certain things that were difficult to obtain domestically: furs, ginseng, sandalwood, and various other goods that American and European traders could supply. American consumers and European markets wanted things that China produced: silk, porcelain, tea, and lacquerware. The exchange created enormous value for the people positioned to facilitate it, which in the American case meant primarily the merchant families of Boston and New York who had the ships, the capital, and the trading relationships to operate across the Pacific. The problem with this trade, from the perspective of the Americans and Europeans conducting it, was that the exchange was structurally unbalanced in a way that created ongoing commercial difficulty. China wanted silver in exchange for its exports, and it was fairly selective about what foreign goods it would accept in return. The tea and silk flowing westward were generating an enormous appetite in American and European markets, but the goods flowing eastward were not always sufficient to balance the accounts without a constant outflow of hard currency. This was, from the trader's perspective, inefficient. Silver flowing to China was silver not available for other uses, and the appetite for Chinese goods in Western markets showed no sign of declining. The solution that the China trade found to this structural problem was opium. Turkish opium, sourced through Ottoman trading connections, could be purchased legally in Mediterranean ports and moved across the Pacific to Canton, where demand among Chinese consumers had been growing steadily for decades despite the Chinese government's determined efforts to restrict it. The margins on this trade were extraordinary. A cargo of Turkish opium purchased for a certain price in Smyrna could be sold in Canton for many multiples of that price, generating the hard currency needed to purchase the tea and silk that the Western markets wanted. The whole circuit worked beautifully from a purely commercial standpoint. The Chinese government's position on the subject was, naturally, somewhat different, but enforcement was inconsistent, and the financial incentives for continuing were enormous. Astor entered the China trade in the late 1790s and conducted it, by the standards of his era, fairly openly. His ships made the Pacific run regularly. His accounts show payments for Turkish opium purchases in Mediterranean ports. His correspondence with agents in Canton discusses market conditions for various goods, including commodities that later biographers tended to describe with creative vagueness. He was not doing anything that his contemporaries considered particularly unusual. The Boston families, who are now remembered as the founders of Harvard's endowment, and the patrons of the Museum of Fine Arts, were in the same trade, operating the same routes, making the same calculations. The Perkins family, the Forbes family, the Cushings and the Lowes, the roster of respectable New England merchant dynasties who built their foundational wealth, partly through the Canton opium trade, reads like a guest list for a very exclusive historical society that nobody particularly wants to discuss publicly. This was not a secret in its own time. It was simply not discussed in polite company, which in 19th century America functioned almost identically to secrecy in practical terms. The respectable press did not report on it. The legal framework did not prohibit it, at least not on the American end of the transaction. The Chinese government's objections were treated by the trading community as a foreign regulatory problem rather than a moral concern, in much the same way that modern corporations sometimes treat regulatory environments in less powerful countries as optimization opportunities rather than constraints. The logic of the trade was impeccable if you accepted its premises. The premises themselves were the problem. What made this commercially significant for understanding Astor's trajectory specifically was the acceleration it provided. The fur trade, even at its most productive, generated returns measured in percentages. The China trade, with opium as its most profitable cargo leg, generated returns measured in multiples. Money that came in from a Pacific voyage could finance the purchase of Manhattan real estate on a scale that the fur business alone could not have supported. Capital compounds faster when the initial returns are larger, and the initial returns from the China run were very large indeed. The speed with which Astor was able to build his Manhattan land holdings in the first decades of the 19th century is not fully explicable without understanding that he had access to capital flows that his fur trading income, however substantial, was insufficient to generate on its own. This is the part that the official biographies tended to handle carefully. The fur trade was respectable, a little rough around the edges perhaps, but fundamentally about industrious Americans bringing the natural resources of a vast continent to civilized markets, which fit the national story very comfortably. The China trade was more complicated to discuss, requiring either an acknowledgement of the opium element or a conspicuous omission that careful readers might notice. The Manhattan real estate holdings were entirely respectable, the foundation of a dynasty and a civic institution. The cleanest narrative arc ran from furs directly to real estate, with the Pacific voyages serving as a transitional detail whose specific cargo manifest did not require examination. The same pattern of selective historical memory applied, with local variations, to nearly every other major fortune of this era. Commercial wealth in the early Republic was built in conditions that were simultaneously more open and more ethically complicated than later generations like to remember. The openness was real, as noted. A German butcher's son could genuinely become the richest man in America, which was not possible in most of the world at the time. The ethical complications were also real, and they were not incidental to the wealth creation. They were structural. The most profitable trades of the early 19th century, the China run, the transatlantic cotton trade, the labor system that produced the cotton, all operated on the extraction of value from people who were not compensated fairly, or at all, for the value they created. This was not a secret at the time. It was the acknowledged operating principle of most large-scale commerce. The secret came later, when the people who had benefited from these arrangements needed to live in a society that had decided to define itself differently. The Boston families who had made their money in the China trade addressed this problem with remarkable efficiency. They endowed universities and hospitals and cultural institutions with a generosity that transformed their commercial fortunes into civic assets, and in doing so they also transformed the public memory of where those fortunes had come from. By the time the Museum of Fine Arts opened in 1876, underwritten partly by families whose foundational wealth included opium profits from Canton, the connection between the art on the walls and the cargo manifests of the 1820s had been thoroughly obscured by several decades of philanthropy. This is not cynicism about philanthropy. The institutions those families funded were real and valuable, and continue to serve the public. It is simply an observation that the timing and structure of that philanthropy was not unrelated to the need to establish a different kind of public identity than the trading records would have supported. Astor's approach was somewhat more abrupt. His charitable giving during his lifetime was, as mentioned, quite modest for a man of his resources. He resisted pressure to endow institutions or fund public works with a consistency that his contemporaries found remarkable and his critics found offensive. When he finally agreed to leave money for a public library, the institution that eventually became the New York Public Library, he did so largely because people whose opinions he respected had made the case that dying as the richest man in America without leaving any public legacy would be remembered badly. He appears to have found this argument logically compelling rather than morally urgent. The library got funded. It was a better outcome than no library, even if the motivation was primarily reputational rather than philanthropic. What Astor did with money that his contemporaries were putting into philanthropy was continue putting it into land. And this is where the story shifts from the global commercial routes of the China trade to the very specific geography of a growing American city, and to a strategy so methodically patient that it still deserves admiration purely as an exercise in long-term thinking, whatever one thinks of its social consequences. Manhattan in 1799, when Astor made his first significant land purchases north of the developed city, was an island with most of its area in agricultural use. The city proper occupied the southern tip, roughly the area below what is now Canal Street, and the rest of the island was farms, marshland, a few country estates, and the occasional village. The farmers who owned land in the undeveloped northern sections had acquired it at prices reflecting its agricultural value, which is to say they had paid relatively modest amounts for land whose primary economic function was growing vegetables and grazing livestock. Selling it to a New York merchant who apparently wanted it for reasons they did not entirely understand seemed, from their perspective, like a perfectly good deal. From Astor's perspective, it was the deal of several generations. He had looked at the southern tip of Manhattan, with its dense commercial activity and its sky-high property values, and he had then looked at the farms 2 miles to the north, and he had performed a calculation that was simple, but required genuinely long time horizons to take seriously. The city was growing. It could only grow northward, because it was an island. Every year the developed portion of the city crept a few blocks further up the island. Every year the land just ahead of that advancing edge became more valuable, because it was about to become city rather than farm. If you bought the farm before it became city, you paid farm prices. If you waited until it became city to buy, you paid city prices. The gap between those two prices, multiplied across enough parcels over enough decades, was enormous. The lease strategy he developed to monetize these holdings was the operational expression of this basic insight. He would acquire a parcel, hold it, and lease it to a tenant for a term of 21 years. During that term, the tenant would pay rent and, crucially, would build on the land at their own expense. Whatever improvements the tenant constructed, a house, a commercial building, a warehouse, whatever the parcel and the neighborhood supported became Astor's property at the end of the lease term. Not the cash value of those improvements, the physical structures themselves, along with the land they sat on. If you are finding this arrangement somewhat difficult to believe, you are in good historical company. Tenants who entered into these leases often did not fully internalize what they had agreed to until the 21st year arrived and the reality of the arrangement became impossible to ignore. They had spent 2 decades building and improving a property, paying rent throughout, sometimes passing the lease to their children, and then watched as the whole thing reverted to the Astor estate without compensation. The legal framework supported this entirely, because the tenants had signed the lease voluntarily, and because property law in this era was not particularly concerned with the relative bargaining power of the parties to a transaction. Astor's lawyers were very good. His tenants' lawyers were often absent from the initial negotiation entirely. The financial mathematics of this arrangement, run across hundreds of properties over decades, produced results that are genuinely staggering to contemplate. Take a parcel purchased for, say, $500 in 1800 because it was a farm on the northern edge of nowhere. Lease it to a tenant who builds a substantial commercial building on it over the next few years. Collect rent for 21 years. At the end of the term, take back the parcel plus the building, which is now worth perhaps 50 times the original purchase price because the city has grown around it. Lease it again to a new tenant at the new, much higher rate. Collect rent for another 21 years. Take back the property again, now improved further by the second tenant. Repeat indefinitely. The compounding effect of this strategy over 4 or 5 cycles, applied to hundreds of Manhattan parcels simultaneously, is how a fur trader's profits became a real estate fortune of genuinely historic scale. Astor did not need to be clever about each individual transaction after the initial purchase. He needed to be patient, legally rigorous, and willing to continue executing a strategy that was unpopular with his tenants, but spectacularly effective for his estate. These qualities he had in abundance. He was also benefiting from something he had correctly identified but had not created: the extraordinary growth of New York City itself. Manhattan's population roughly tripled between 1800 and 1830, and then tripled again by mid-century. The commercial activity generated by this growth was transforming the value of real estate across the entire island on a schedule that Astor had essentially predicted, not because he had special information, but because he had thought carefully about the basic geographic and economic dynamics of a growing port city on a limited island. The insight was available to anyone who looked at the same facts. Most people who looked at those facts still did not buy the farms, because buying farms in the hope that they would become city in 20 years required capital, patience, and a tolerance for the gap between current cash flow and eventual value that most people found psychologically difficult to maintain. Astor found it straightforward. His land acquisition continued at a steady pace through the first 3 decades of the 19th century, accelerating during periods when economic disruption pushed land prices down and other potential buyers were retreating. The Panic of 1819, a severe financial crisis that ruined many American merchants and landowners, gave him an opportunity to buy distressed properties at prices that reflected the seller's need for cash rather than the land's longer-term value. He took advantage of this with his characteristic lack of sentimentality about the circumstances of the people selling to him. A distressed seller who needed cash was not, in Astor's analysis, a social problem requiring a charitable response. They were a counterparty in a transaction, and the transaction should reflect market conditions, which at that moment heavily favoured buyers with capital. He had capital. He bought. The specific parcels he accumulated over these decades would, if you traced them on a modern map of Manhattan, cover a significant portion of what is now some of the most valuable real estate on Earth. The stretch of the West Side between roughly 42nd and 50th Streets, the area around what is now Times Square, significant portions of the Upper West Side, these and many other neighborhoods, contain land that was, at various points in the early and mid-19th century, part of the Astor estate. By the time of his death, his Manhattan holdings generated rental income that dwarfed anything produced by his commercial operations, and they did so with a passivity that required comparatively little active management. The land appreciated, the leases renewed, the city grew, the money accumulated. His son, William Backhouse Astor, who inherited the estate management, was by most accounts less commercially brilliant than his father, but considerably more pleasant to deal with socially, which made him a more welcome figure in New York's drawing rooms. He continued his father's real estate strategy with a consistency that suggested he understood its logic perfectly, adding properties where opportunities presented and managing the existing portfolio with the methodical attention of a man who had been trained from childhood to regard land as the family's primary asset. Under his management, the Astor fortune roughly doubled from the $20 million his father had left. The grandson, John Jacob Astor III, continued the pattern while also making his family significantly more prominent in the social life of the city. It was in his generation that the Astors transitioned from being merely the richest family in New York to being, in a more complete sense, New York's first family present at the founding of major cultural institutions, involved in the civic life of the city in ways that the original founder had never particularly sought, and beginning the process of converting commercial wealth into social legitimacy that would be completed in the following generation. The family library that John Jacob I had funded somewhat reluctantly was becoming, by mid-century, a genuine civic institution that reflected well on the family name, which was presumably a more comfortable position than being known primarily as the man who had taken everyone's buildings at the end of their leases. The great-grandson, John Jacob Astor IV, was by the time of his adulthood one of the wealthiest men in the world and also one of the most famous Americans alive, not primarily because of what he had done, but because of what his great-grandfather had done and what he had inherited. He built the original Waldorf Hotel. He wrote a science fiction novel, which history has treated with the gentle amusement it probably deserves. He died in April of 1912 when the Titanic went down in the North Atlantic, returning from his honeymoon with his young second wife. He was 47 years old and worth approximately $87 million. His wife survived. He did not. The gold watch found on his body was, by the accounts of the recovery crew, quite impressive. His death on the Titanic is one of those historical moments that feels almost too symbolically loaded to be real. The great-grandson of a German immigrant who arrived with $7, dying as one of the wealthiest people in the world on the most famous ship ever built, in the most famous maritime disaster in history. If you submitted it as a fiction premise, an editor would probably ask you to tone it down. But that is where 4 generations of patient, systematic, occasionally ruthless capital accumulation ended up. A gold watch in the North Atlantic, and a fortune that continued generating income for the estate long after the man who nominally owned it was gone. The Astor story, told from this angle, is not primarily a story about individual genius, though individual intelligence was certainly a factor. It is a story about what happens when a person correctly identifies an undervalued asset class at an early stage of its appreciation, acquires as much of it as possible, and then simply holds it, while the world catches up to the valuation they had already assigned it. The genius of the original strategy was not its complexity. It was extremely simple, but its patience. Patience that the first Astor had in almost inhuman quantities, and that he encoded into his estate's structure so thoroughly that it could be executed by less talented people for generations after his death. The same logic identify the undervalued asset, acquire it before others recognize its value, hold it, wait would turn up again and again among the other great fortunes of this era. Different assets, different geographies, different personalities, but the same underlying structure. A cotton merchant in Natchez buying land along the Mississippi before the steamboat made it accessible. A dry goods trader in New York acquiring a Broadway block before the neighborhood became fashionable. A railroad speculator in the Midwest purchasing land grants along routes not yet built. The template was Astor's. The variations were everywhere. What united all of them, beyond the strategy itself, was the same selective relationship with the origins of their capital that Astor had pioneered. The money that funded the first purchases had come from somewhere, and that somewhere was usually a story more complicated than the family biographies preferred to tell. The farms became hotels, the hotels became institutions, the institutions outlasted the awkward questions, and the people who had built on those farms and lost their improvements at the end of 21 years and moved on to other arrangements left fewer traces in the historical record than the portraits in the Astor Library. This is not an unusual dynamic in the history of wealth. It is, if anything, the standard one. What makes this particular era worth understanding in detail is that it was the founding moment, the period when the patterns that would define American concentrated wealth for the next 2 centuries were first established. The people who built the Gilded Age did not invent these patterns. They inherited them, scaled them up with new technologies and new industries, and applied them to a country that had grown large enough to support fortunes that made even Astor's look modest by comparison. Understanding the original version is necessary to understanding what came later. And what came later, in the same decades that Astor was quietly accumulating Manhattan farmland, was happening in places that could not have been more different from lower New York. It was happening in the river towns of the Deep South, in the cotton fields of Mississippi, in cities that no longer figure in most Americans' mental maps of national importance, but that were, in the 1830s and 1840s, generating concentrations of private wealth that rivaled anything the northeastern commercial cities could produce. Places where the formula was different land plus labor rather than land plus patience, but where the results, for a specific and ultimately doomed class of men, were equally spectacular. Before moving to those southern fortunes, though, it is worth pausing on one more dimension of the Manhattan land story that tends to get lost in the aggregate figures, what the strategy actually felt like for the people living inside it. Not the Astors, who found it excellent, but the tenants. A typical Astor tenant in the 1820s or 1830s might be a shopkeeper, a craftsman, or a small merchant, someone with enough capital to build a modest commercial structure, but not enough to purchase Manhattan land outright. The lease arrangement seemed, at first consideration, reasonable. 21 years was a long time. The rent was manageable, the location was good, and getting better as the city expanded. A family could build a business in 21 years, establish a customer base, pass the enterprise to children, and create something durable. The lease structure seemed to facilitate all of this. The problem arrived in the 21st year, with a clarity that the original lease documents had technically spelled out, but that the passage of 2 decades had done nothing to make emotionally easier. The building you had constructed, the improvements you had made, the structure that your children had grown up living above or working in it was no longer yours. It had, legally and physically, become someone else's property, and that someone else was not planning to give it back. If you wanted to continue occupying the premises, you negotiated a new lease, typically at a higher rate because the property was now more valuable, partly because of the improvements you had just finished handing over. If you could not meet the new terms, you left. The human accounting of this arrangement, the accumulated frustration, the sense of injustice, the stories passed down through families about what had been built and lost left almost no trace in the formal historical record, because the people experiencing it were not the sort of people whose grievances got recorded. They did not write memoirs. They did not appear in the society pages. Their names show up in lease records and in probate documents, and occasionally in newspaper accounts of legal disputes over lease terms. But their perspective on the transaction was not considered historically interesting until long after the Astor estate had ceased to be a going concern. By then, the relevant documents had been processed through several generations of estate management, and the stories had faded with the people who had lived them. What did leave a trace was the aggregate effect on the city. Astor's lease structure, and the leasing practices of other large Manhattan landlords who adopted similar approaches, contributed to a specific pattern of urban development in which a relatively small number of landowners captured a disproportionate share of the value created by the city's growth, while the people who actually built on that land and conducted business on it received far less than their contribution to the value creation would have justified. This is not an observation invented by later historians with progressive inclinations. It was made, with considerable force, by contemporaries who found the concentration of Manhattan real estate ownership alarming, and who connected it directly to the lease structures through which that concentration was maintained. Henry George, who would later become famous for his argument that land value should be taxed to prevent exactly this kind of concentration, was making his case partly in response to a New York City where the Astor model had been operating for half a century, and its results were increasingly visible. He was pointing at something real. The relationship between Astor's original land strategy and the subsequent debate over land taxation and urban inequality is a direct one, even if the connection is rarely made explicit in accounts focused primarily on the biography of the individual who designed the strategy. This broader social consequence is, ultimately, the reason why the story of early American wealth is worth telling in more than summary form. The individual biographies are interesting: the German immigrant with the flutes, the opium routes across the Pacific, the farms purchased for agricultural prices and held until they became the most valuable urban real estate in North America. But the individual biography is not the whole story. The whole story includes the structural arrangements that made the individual biography possible, the people who were on the other side of those arrangements, and the ways in which the outcomes of those arrangements shaped the city and the country that came after. Astor built something that outlasted him by 4 generations in his own family, and by much longer in its institutional effects. The New York City we know today, its neighborhoods, its density, its particular relationship between landowner and tenant, the specific distribution of wealth that characterizes it, bears the imprint of decisions made by a 20-year-old German immigrant who looked at a map of Manhattan in the 1790s and saw something that the people who owned the farms had entirely missed. That is a remarkable legacy. It is also a complicated one. Both things are true, and the history is more interesting for containing both of them. The other remarkable legacies of this era were being assembled simultaneously in different parts of the country, by different people working with different materials and different methods, and some of those legacies were considerably more fragile than Manhattan real estate, as events of the following decades would demonstrate with a completeness that nobody living inside those fortunes in their peak years was particularly able to see coming. While Astor was methodically accumulating Manhattan farmland, and the Boston merchant families were running their Pacific routes with the confident air of people who had decided not to ask too many questions about cargo manifests, something was happening on Broadway that would change American commercial life in a more immediately visible way. It would not change who owned the land underneath the stores, or how the cotton in the fabric had been produced, or any of the larger structural arrangements that determined where wealth ultimately pooled. What it would change was the daily experience of buying things, the specific texture of commercial exchange that most Americans engaged in several times a week, and it would do so through a mechanism so simple that its revolutionary character is genuinely difficult to appreciate from the vantage point of a world that takes it entirely for granted. The mechanism was a price tag. One price, printed or written, applying equally to every customer who walked through the door. Not a starting position in a negotiation, not a number that could be talked down by a confident buyer or inflated by a distracted one. Not a figure that varied depending on whether the shopkeeper liked your face, needed cash that day, or had correctly identified you as someone from out of town who did not know the local market rates. One price. Fixed. The same for everyone. This sounds, from a modern perspective, so obviously sensible that it barely registers as an innovation. Of course, a price is a price. Of course, you do not haggle for your groceries. Of course, the tag on the shirt says what the shirt costs. The alternative, walking into a store and negotiating the price of every individual item before purchase, sounds exhausting and mildly absurd, like conducting a separate small business transaction every time you needed socks. But this is how retail commerce had functioned for essentially all of recorded human history, including in the United States as late as the 1840s, and the person who changed it was a dry goods merchant from County Antrim, Ireland, named Alexander Turney Stewart. Stewart arrived in New York in 1823 at the age of 20, carrying a modest inheritance from his grandfather. The accounts vary, but something in the range of a few $100s and a reasonably good education that set him apart from most of the young Irish immigrants arriving on American docks in this period. He had been intended for a teaching career, and indeed spent a brief, apparently unsatisfying period instructing children in Lower Manhattan before concluding that commerce offered better prospects and more interesting problems. He was not wrong about either assessment. His first store, opened in 1823 on Lower Broadway, was a small dry goods shop of the kind that existed on every commercial street in New York. He sold Irish linens, sensible inventory for an Irishman with Irish contacts, along with the assortment of fabrics, ribbons, threads, and household textiles that constituted the dry goods trade. The store was not remarkable. The neighborhood was not fashionable. His initial capital was not large. He was, in other words, indistinguishable from hundreds of other small retail merchants trying to carve out a living in a competitive commercial city, which is the beginning from which most large retail fortunes start and the beginning from which most of them go absolutely nowhere. What made Stewart different was an analytical quality that sounds almost modern in its orientation. He looked at the retail transaction not primarily from the seller's perspective, how do I extract the most money from this customer, but from the buyer's perspective, what would make this experience better and more likely to be repeated? This was not, in the 1820s, a widely practiced form of commercial thinking. The dominant model of retail in this period was adversarial in a fairly open way. The shopkeeper knew the value of the goods, the buyer did not. This information asymmetry was the primary competitive advantage available to the seller, and exercising it meant negotiating. Every transaction was an individual contest, and the person with better information about the actual cost and value of the goods, which was almost always the seller, won more often than not. This system had obvious problems from the buyer's perspective, starting with the fact that it was time-consuming, required skills that not everyone possessed, and produced outcomes that varied dramatically depending on the negotiating abilities of the individual buyer rather than any consistent principle of fair exchange. A confident, well-informed buyer in a good mood on a day when the shopkeeper was feeling generous might walk out with a genuinely good price. A nervous first-time visitor to the city, or a woman shopping alone without a male companion whose presence was expected to lend negotiating authority, or simply anyone who was in a hurry and did not want to spend 20 minutes haggling over the price of 4 yards of muslin, these people reliably paid more than they should have, and they knew it. And the awareness that they were probably being managed by someone who knew more than they did was not an experience that inspired loyalty or enthusiasm about returning. Stewart noticed this dynamic and saw it as a commercial opportunity, rather than simply as the way things worked. He introduced fixed prices in his shop in the early years of its operation. Exactly when is somewhat disputed in the historical record, but certainly by the late 1820s the practice was established, and he accompanied this change with a complementary shift in the overall atmosphere of the transaction. In his shop you did not need to negotiate. You looked at the goods, you looked at the price, and you either bought or you did not. No pressure, no performance, no assessment of whether you looked like someone who could be talked into paying more. The price was what it was, and it was the same price for the person in front of you and the person behind you in line. The effect of this, combined with a genuine attention to the quality and variety of his inventory, was that his shop developed a reputation as a place where shopping was not an adversarial experience. For customers who found the traditional negotiating model stressful or time-consuming, which was, it turns out, a substantial portion of the shopping public, this was enormously appealing. His customer base expanded. His volume grew. His early success was not spectacular, but it was consistent, and consistency in retail is the foundation from which spectacular things are occasionally built. He also had, from very early in his career, a talent for buying goods that was substantially better than average. He understood fabric quality with a specificity that came from his Irish background and his early inventory in Irish linens, and he expanded this expertise systematically as his business grew. He travelled to Europe to buy directly from manufacturers, cutting out the middlemen who added cost at every step between production and retail. He developed the same insight that Astor had applied to the fur trade, that every link in the chain between producer and consumer represents a margin that someone is extracting, and he pursued vertical integration in his own context with similar results. Goods purchased directly from the source cost less than goods purchased from importers, which meant they could be sold at lower prices while maintaining better margins, which meant more customers, which meant more buying power, which meant better terms with suppliers. The virtuous cycle was not complicated, but executing it required both the capital to buy in volume and the judgment to buy the right things. By the late 1830s, Stewart's operation had outgrown its original premises and expanded into larger quarters. His business was by this point one of the more significant retail operations in New York, though still not remotely in the category of what he was about to build. The city itself was changing around him in ways that would shape the opportunity he was about to seize. New York's population was exploding, as noted the same growth that was driving Astor's land values upward was also producing an expanding middle class with disposable income and a growing appetite for the kinds of goods that a quality dry goods retailer could supply. The manufacturing sector was beginning to produce textiles and ready-made goods at prices that brought them within reach of a much broader consumer market than had existed a generation earlier. The conditions for large-scale retail were assembling themselves. Stewart intended to be in position when they arrived. In 1846 he opened what became known as the Marble Palace, at the corner of Broadway and Chambers Street, and the name was not ironic. The building was constructed of white marble, actual Tuckahoe marble, from quarries in Westchester County, and it occupied a full city block. It was 5 stories tall, with a cast-iron structure that allowed for the large windows that were its most immediately striking feature. Natural light poured into the building through these windows in quantities that were, by the standards of 1840s retail, genuinely remarkable. Most stores of this period were dark, cluttered spaces where merchandise was stacked behind counters, and customers interacted with it primarily through shopkeepers who retrieved specific items on request. Stewart's building was luminous, almost aggressively so, which was not an aesthetic choice but a commercial one. Goods look better in light. Customers who can see what they are buying are more confident about their purchases. Confidence produces sales. Sales justify the marble and the windows. The interior organization of the Marble Palace was as deliberate as its exterior. Goods were displayed openly, available for examination without the mediation of a salesperson standing between the customer and the merchandise. You could walk through the store, look at things, handle them, consider them, and make decisions without anyone hovering beside you with the professional air of someone who intended to be helpful, and whose helpfulness you found, somehow, slightly oppressive. The fixed price policy that Stewart had established in his earlier shop was carried into the new building as a foundational principle. The price on the tag was the price. This applied whether you were buying a single yard of ribbon or outfitting a household. The scale of what he was doing with this building was genuinely new in American retail. There had been large stores before, there had been well-organized stores before, but the combination of architectural ambition, deliberate interior planning, fixed pricing, open merchandise display, and the sheer volume and variety of goods available under one roof was something that American consumers had not encountered in this form. The Marble Palace was, in the language that would be invented for it a generation later, a department store. Not a shop, not a trading post. A department store, a place where a household could meet a significant portion of its material needs in a single visit, in an environment designed not just for transaction but for something approaching an experience. The word experience is deployed so relentlessly in modern retail marketing that it has become nearly meaningless. But in the context of 1846 Broadway, it describes something real. Shopping in the period before Stewart was, for most middle-class Americans, a series of individual errands to individual specialized shops, each with its own shopkeeper, its own negotiating conventions, and its own particular variation on the theme of the customer not quite knowing whether they were getting a fair price. Stewart replaced this with something that felt, by comparison, almost recreational. You came to see the building as much as to buy things. The architecture communicated that the establishment was serious, substantial, and not going anywhere. The light and the open display communicated that you were trusted to look without being expected to buy. The fixed prices communicated that you would not be judged or worked or played against your neighbour. These were genuinely novel signals in the commercial environment of the 1840s, and the consuming public of New York responded to them with an enthusiasm that made Stewart very rich very quickly. He expanded the building within a few years of its opening, eventually consuming the entire block it occupied. His trade in this period was primarily with the middle and upper classes of New York, and his goods, fine fabrics, imported textiles, the kind of quality merchandise that required substantial purchasing power to access, reflected this customer base. But the principles he was establishing would prove to be universally applicable regardless of price point. Fixed pricing works at every income level. Open merchandise display works whether you are selling silk or cotton. An environment designed to make customers comfortable produces sales across the entire range of retail. The Marble Palace was followed in 1862 by something even more ambitious, a new building on Broadway between 9th and 10th Streets that was, at the time of its construction, the largest retail establishment in the world. This was not a casual claim. The 80 Stewart Building. The initials stood for Alexander Turney, which is either impressive or mildly alarming depending on how you feel about people who put their initials on their buildings, occupied an entire city block, rose to 8 stories with a cast-iron facade of considerable elaborateness, and contained, by various contemporary accounts, somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 employees. The figures for daily customer traffic were, by the standards of anything that had existed in American retail previously, barely believable. The building was organized by department, hence the term that would eventually attach to this entire retail category, with different floors and sections dedicated to different categories of merchandise. Fabrics were in one area, ready-made clothing in another, housewares in a third. The logic was that a customer could navigate to the department relevant to their needs, rather than searching through an undifferentiated mass of goods. This organizational innovation sounds trivially obvious from a modern perspective, but implementing it at the scale Stewart was operating required genuine logistical thought. You needed enough inventory in each department to satisfy the demand, enough staff to manage each section without overwhelming the customer, and enough physical space to make the whole thing navigable. Getting this right was, in the 1860s, a genuinely novel operational problem that Stewart and his management team were solving largely without precedent. His workforce was enormous and, by the labour standards of the era, relatively well managed, though well managed in the 1860s, involved conditions that would generate serious regulatory attention today. His sales clerks were predominantly young women, which was itself a significant departure from the earlier retail model, where sales positions were typically held by men. Stewart's reasoning was partly economic. Women could be paid less than men for equivalent work, which was unfortunately standard practice across every industry of the period, but also, by some accounts, a recognition that female sales staff created a more comfortable environment for the female customers who constituted a significant portion of his trade. Whether this was progressive thinking or simply commercial calculation is a question that the historical record does not definitively resolve, and it is probably both simultaneously, which is usually how these things work. The employment of large numbers of young women in a retail setting also created a set of social dynamics that were genuinely new in the mid-19th century urban environment. Women who had previously been confined primarily to domestic service or piecework manufacturing were now working in a public commercial space, wearing relatively smart clothes, interacting with middle-class customers, and drawing wages that, while low, represented a form of economic participation that had not been readily available to them before. Stuart's store was not a feminist institution, and Stuart himself was not operating it for social reformist reasons. But the incidental social effects of what he was doing, creating a commercial environment in which women were both primary customers and significant employees, were real and were noticed by contemporaries who found them either promising or alarming depending on their general disposition. The physical design of the 1862 building also incorporated something that would become a standard feature of department stores for the following century: a restaurant. Customers who came from any distance to shop could eat lunch on the premises and continue shopping afterward, rather than leaving to find food and potentially not returning. This was not a trivial operational detail. It recognized something about the shopping experience that Stuart had understood intuitively since his first store. Every element of the visit either made the customer more likely to buy something or less likely to, and the question of whether the customer was hungry, tired, or felt that their day had been well organized or poorly organized was relevant to that outcome. The restaurant was not a restaurant. It was a retention mechanism. Modern mall operators have been implementing variations of this insight ever since, without always remembering where it started. Stuart's personal wealth by the 1860s was extraordinary, somewhere in the range of $50 to $60 million at its peak, which placed him in the same rarefied category as Astor, and would shortly place him in competition with Vanderbilt for the title of richest man in America. He had built this fortune entirely in retail, which was not a traditional path to great wealth, and which had no real precedent at the scale he had reached. The merchant princes of earlier generations had made their money in wholesale trade, in shipping, in land. Stuart made his in selling things directly to consumers, one transaction at a time, multiplied across thousands of daily transactions in buildings the size of city blocks. The model was new enough that most people did not immediately understand what they were looking at when they tried to analyze his success. What they were looking at was, fundamentally, a business built on volume and velocity rather than on margin. Individual transactions at Stuart's store were not particularly profitable. The margins on any given yard of fabric or pair of gloves were modest. What generated the fortune was the sheer number of transactions occurring simultaneously across an enormous retail floor, adding up to daily revenues that a traditional shopkeeper could not approach in a year. This model required a different kind of capital thinking than the businesses that had preceded it. You needed to invest heavily in inventory, in the building, in the staff, before the revenue came in, and you needed to be right about the volume that would justify those investments. Stuart was consistently right, which is easier to say than to do, and which required not only commercial judgment, but a genuine understanding of what New York's growing middle class wanted to buy, and how they wanted to buy it. He was also, in his personal life, a figure who confounded easy categorization. He built a mansion on Fifth Avenue that was, by the 1860s, considered one of the finest private residences in New York, a 4-story marble house with art collected on his European buying trips, decorating its interior, staffed with a household that reflected his commercial success. He and his wife Cornelia had no children, which made the question of succession an ongoing concern that was never satisfactorily resolved during his lifetime. He was active in civic life in ways that his store's prominence made almost obligatory, contributing to various causes and institutions with a generosity that was real if carefully calibrated to his public image. He was, in other words, a rich man who had become a public figure whether he sought that status or not, and who managed its demands with the same practical intelligence he applied to everything else. What he did not do was found a dynasty. The A.T. Stewart Company outlasted him by decades. He died in 1876, and the business changed hands several times and continued operating in various forms well into the 20th century, but the specific building he was most identified with, the 1862 Broadway structure that had defined American retail for a generation, was eventually converted to offices and is now a residential building. The Fifth Avenue mansion was, after a complicated series of transactions involving his estate, eventually torn down. On its site and on the adjacent property, the Empire State Building was eventually constructed, which is the kind of historical footnote that feels designed to make a point about the relationship between old money and new steel. His commercial legacy, however, is in many ways more durable than any building. The fixed price, the open display, the organized departments, the large-scale retail environment designed to make the experience of shopping something other than an ordeal. These are elements of retail life so universal today that attributing them to any single person seems almost absurd. Surely something this obvious would have been invented sooner or later, regardless of who did it first, and that is probably true. But someone did do it first, and that person was a schoolteacher from County Antrim who looked at the retail commerce of 1820s New York and saw, with unusual clarity, that the way it worked was not the only way it could work, that the customer who felt respected and fairly treated was more valuable over time than the customer who had been squeezed for the maximum margin on a single transaction. This insight that long-term customer relationships were worth more than short-term transactional extraction is now considered foundational in marketing, retail management, and about 40% of business school curricula. In 1823 on Lower Broadway, it was a competitive advantage significant enough to build one of the largest retail fortunes in American history. Some ideas are genuinely ahead of their time, others are simply executed before the market is large enough to reward them fully. Stewart's was the second kind, which is why the city growing around him, the same growth that was making Astor's land more valuable every year, turned out to be as important to his success as anything he did himself. The relationship between individual commercial vision and the particular historical moment in which it finds expression is one of the recurring themes of this era. The fortunes that look, in retrospect, like the inevitable products of individual genius were, in almost every case, also the products of specific historical conditions that made the genius available to express itself at enormous scale. Stewart needed New York to be growing, needed the middle class to be expanding, needed the manufacturing sector to be producing goods at prices that created a mass retail market. All of these conditions were in place by the 1840s. Whether they were in place earlier, and whether someone else might have built the Marble Palace in 1820 rather than 1846, is an interesting counterfactual question that the historical record cannot answer. What the historical record can tell us is that the conditions that made Stewart's retail revolution possible were the same conditions producing extraordinary concentrations of wealth in places far removed from Broadway's marble facades and cast-iron storefronts. While Stewart was redesigning how Americans bought fabric and housewares, a different and ultimately more volatile species of fortune was taking shape along the rivers of Mississippi and Louisiana, built on a commodity that moved in the opposite direction, not into the stores where Americans shopped, but out of the fields where a system of forced labor was producing most of the raw material that clothed the industrializing world. The cotton that filled Stewart's store with bolt after bolt of affordable fabric did not originate in the factories of New England alone. A significant portion of the raw material that fed the American textile industry, and by extension the European textile industry, which was consuming American cotton at a pace that drove the whole system, came from the Mississippi Delta, from the Red River Valley, from the river bottom lands of Alabama and Georgia. It came from plantations. And the plantations were generating a kind of wealth that, measured in raw dollars per square mile, exceeded almost anything being produced in the commercial cities of the Northeast in the decades before the Civil War. This is not a connection that the official history of American retail tends to linger on. The story of the department store and the story of the cotton plantation are usually told in separate chapters, as if the fabric on Stewart's shelves had no relationship to the land and labor system that produced it. But the commercial ecosystem of antebellum America did not make this separation. It was integrated in ways that were understood at the time and are sometimes inconvenient to acknowledge. The merchants who bought cotton from southern planters were the same merchants who sold finished goods back to those planters and their households. The banks that financed plantation expansion were the same banks that financed the construction of commercial buildings in New York. The insurance companies that covered the risk of cotton shipments also covered the risk on the retail inventories of Broadway's dry goods merchants. The money moved in circuits that connected the marble facades of Lower Manhattan to the columned porches of Mississippi River houses in ways that made them, economically, part of the same system. Stuart himself was not a southern merchant and did not deal in cotton directly. His connection to the plantation economy was the indirect one that most northern commercial figures maintained. He bought the finished textiles that the cotton produced, sold them in a retail environment designed for northern urban consumers, and did not spend much time contemplating the agricultural labor arrangements that had created the raw material. This was, again, the normal epistemic condition of commercial life in this period for people who were not directly involved in the southern trade. The supply chain was long enough that the specific origins of the fibre and the fabric could be treated as a detail irrelevant to the retail transaction. The planters themselves, however, had no such distance from the origins of their wealth. They lived on top of it. Their houses were built with it, staffed by it, furnished with the goods that the proceeds of it had purchased. And those houses, the physical expression of the cotton fortunes that would be largely destroyed within a generation, were, in their own way, as deliberate a commercial and social statement as Stuart's marble palace. They just said something different. Stuart's building said, "Come in, look, buy, we're here to serve you and the price is fair." The plantation houses said something closer to, "Observe from the river what it looks like when a man has successfully converted the labour of others into permanent architecture." They were not designed for the same audience, and they were not communicating the same message, but they were both, in their different ways, using built form to announce commercial success to the world. That world was about to change in ways that would preserve Stuart's commercial innovations permanently, and erase most of the plantation architecture within a single catastrophic decade. But in 1846, when the Marble Palace opened its doors and light poured through its enormous windows onto bolts of Irish linen and English wool, none of that was yet visible. What was visible was a new way of buying things, and it was drawing crowds. The practical effects of Stuart's fixed-price innovation extended well beyond his own stores. Once a significant enough portion of the shopping public had experienced retail on these terms and found it preferable, the competitive pressure on other merchants to adopt similar practices intensified. Shopkeepers who continued to operate on the old negotiating model found themselves at a disadvantage with customers who had learned, from Stuart's establishments, that a different kind of transaction was available. The shift was gradual rather than sudden. Retail habits changed slowly, and there were parts of the country where the old negotiating model persisted well into the late 19th century, but the direction of change was set by what Stuart had established on Broadway, and it did not reverse. His impact on the physical landscape of American retail was similarly lasting. The Marble Palace and its successor building established an architectural vocabulary for retail that subsequent department store developers would draw on for the rest of the century and into the next. The large windows, the grand facades, the spacious interiors designed to accommodate circulation as well as commerce, these became standard expectations for serious retail establishments in American cities. When Marshall Field opened his Chicago store, when John Wanamaker transformed the commercial life of Philadelphia, when Roland H. Macy expanded his operation in New York, they were all working within a template that Stuart had largely defined. They improved on it, elaborated it, and adapted it to their own contexts and eras, but they were building on a foundation he had laid. This is the shape that commercial influence often takes in history. The person who establishes the template does not necessarily remain the most prominent practitioner of it. The form outlasts the founder and gets filled in by subsequent generations who inherit the basic structure and push it further than the originator imagined. Field and Wanamaker and Macy are better remembered today than Stuart, partly because they operated later, when mass media had developed enough to make commercial brands into cultural phenomena, and partly because they were more deliberate about building institutional legacies that would carry their names forward. Stuart was, if anything, more focused on the business than on the reputation, which is admirable in a certain light and commercially counterproductive in another. His death in 1876 created immediate problems because he had built an enormous business without establishing any succession mechanism that could survive his absence. The store continued under the management of his principal partner Henry Hilton, who turned out to be a less capable operator than Stewart had been, and made several decisions, including a policy of refusing service to certain customers based on their background, a choice that generated significant public backlash and damaged the store's reputation in ways that proved difficult to recover from, that would not have been made under Stewart's more commercially pragmatic leadership. Within a generation of his death, the business he had built had lost its dominant position, which is a pattern familiar from the histories of many founder-led enterprises in every era. What did not lose its position was the retail model he had established. Fixed prices, open display, large-scale environment, customer comfort as a commercial principle rather than a social nicety. These were in the water by the time of his death. They had become the expected baseline for serious retail rather than one merchant's competitive advantage. The revolution he had started in a small shop on Lower Broadway in the 1820s had, by the 1870s, changed the fundamental nature of American shopping so completely that most people conducting it had no idea anything had ever been different. That is, in the end, the most complete form of commercial success available. Not just to make money, not just to build a business, but to change the basic terms of how an activity is conducted, so thoroughly that the change becomes invisible because it has become normal. Stewart did this with retail pricing and retail environment, and in doing so, he built one of the larger American fortunes of his era, while also laying the operational foundation for an industry that would eventually employ millions of people and account for a significant fraction of the entire American economy. Not bad for a schoolteacher who decided, somewhere around 1823, that haggling was inefficient and that there had to be a better way. There is a city in Mississippi that most Americans have never thought about seriously, and this is a historical oversight of considerable proportions. Natchez sits on a bluff above the eastern bank of the Mississippi River, roughly 300 miles north of New Orleans, and in the decades before the Civil War it was, by the measure that the 19th century cared about most, one of the most successful places in the United States. Not successful in the way that New York was successful with its crowds and its commercial energy and its sense of constant becoming. Successful in the quieter, more settled, more deliberate way of a place that has decided it has arrived and is now focused on the project of looking like it. In the 1840s and 1850s, Natchez and its surrounding district contained more millionaires per capita than any other place in the country. More than New York. More than Boston with its old merchant families and its Harvard connections. More than Philadelphia, which had been the nation's commercial capital within living memory. This concentration of wealth in a relatively small river city, in what was then considered the deep southwestern frontier of the United States, was not accidental. It was the product of a specific combination of geography, climate, commodity, and this part tends to get summarized quickly in polite accounts: a labor system that was, by any honest description, one of the largest forced labor enterprises in human history. The commodity was cotton. In the decades between roughly 1820 and 1860, cotton accounted for more than half of all American exports by value. The United States was the dominant supplier of raw cotton to the textile industries of Britain and Europe, which were, in this period, the engines of the Industrial Revolution. Manchester needed American cotton to keep its mills running. Lancashire needed American cotton. The factories of northern France and Belgium needed American cotton. The appetite was enormous and it was consistent, and the geography of the American South, its climate, its soils, its river systems, made it the most efficient place in the world to satisfy that appetite. Natchez was positioned at the intersection of this global commodity system in a way that made it, for a specific historical moment, extraordinarily wealthy. The city itself sat atop the bluff, connected to the river by a steep road that descended to Natchez under the hill, the waterfront district that was everything the city above it was not. Under the hill was the working port, the transshipment point, the place where cotton bales arrived from surrounding plantations and were loaded onto steamboats for the journey downriver to New Orleans and from there to the world. It was also, by virtually every account from visitors who documented it, a spectacularly rough environment: saloons, gambling establishments, the full complement of services that a river port catering to boatmen and traders tends to accumulate, operating with an entrepreneurial disregard for the kind of civic order that the residents on the bluff above preferred to associate with their city. The bluff and the waterfront existed in the same commercial ecosystem, while maintaining, as far as possible, the appearance of having nothing to do with each other. This is a dynamic that river cities tend to develop. The wealth that the cotton trade generated flowed uphill, literally and figuratively, to the bluff. The planters and cotton brokers and factors who controlled the commerce of the surrounding region built their houses there above the river, above the working port, above the fever-prone lowlands where yellow fever killed people, with a regularity that the residents of higher ground found it easier to observe from a distance. The bluff offered elevation, breezes, and the physical height that allowed a house on its crest to be visible from the river a mile away or more. This last quality was not incidental to how these houses were designed. The river was the commercial artery of the entire region, and every steamboat that passed carried potential business partners, potential creditors, potential rivals, and the general public of a world in which your physical establishment communicated your commercial standing. Building your house where the river traffic could see it was not vanity, it was advertising. The architectural ambitions of the Natchez planter class in their peak years produced a collection of antebellum houses that was, by any standard, remarkable. Greek Revival columns were the dominant vocabulary, white columns, wide porches, symmetrical facades that referenced classical temples in a way that suggested the occupants had thought carefully about their place in the history of democratic civilization and had concluded that the comparison was flattering. Some houses ran to Gothic Revival, which communicated something slightly different, a more romantic, more European, more aristocratic sensibility that positioned its owners as heirs to a tradition older and grander than mere commercial success. A few went in other directions entirely, reaching for Italianate or French Second Empire references that suggested cosmopolitan taste and the kind of income that paid for European travel. The common thread was ambition. These were not houses designed for modest living. They were designed to be looked at. The men who built them had often arrived in the Natchez district with nothing, which is a theme that recurs throughout this story with a consistency that begins to feel like a pattern rather than a coincidence. The cotton frontier of the early 19th century was genuinely open in the same way that the Manhattan commercial world had been open to Astor in the 1780s, not level, not fair, but accessible in ways that more established regions were not. A man who arrived in Mississippi in the 1820s with enough capital to buy a small parcel of river-bottom land and enough connections to access the credit that plantation agriculture required could, if things went reasonably well for a decade or two, become very wealthy. If things went extremely well, he could become one of the richest people in the country. Frederick Stanton was one of these men, and his story is worth following in some detail because it illustrates both the scale of the cotton wealth and its particular fragility, the way in which fortunes built on commodity agriculture in a specific time and place could be simultaneously enormous and dependent on conditions that their beneficiaries preferred not to examine too carefully. Stanton came from Ireland, from County Down, arriving in America in the early decades of the 19th century with legal training and limited capital. He made his way to Natchez and established himself as a cotton broker, and factor, the intermediary between the plantation owners who produced cotton and the commercial networks that moved it to market. The factor's position in the antebellum cotton economy was structurally quite favourable. Factors arranged the sale of planters' cotton, advanced credit for the purchase of supplies and equipment between harvests, charged commissions on everything they touched, and maintained relationships with the financial institutions in New Orleans and New York that provided the capital that kept the whole system running. A successful factor with a large enough client list could generate income that rivaled or exceeded that of the planters themselves, and did so with considerably less exposure to the specific agricultural risks, weather, pests, disease that made farming a fundamentally uncertain enterprise. Stanton built his factor business into a significant operation, acquired plantation land of his own, and by the 1840s had accumulated a fortune substantial enough to contemplate a building project that would have been considered ambitious even in New York. He began construction on a house in Natchez in 1851 that was intended to be a comprehensive statement of his commercial and social position, large, architecturally sophisticated, finished to a standard that would make it immediately recognizable as the home of a man who had succeeded at the highest available level. He hired an architect, imported materials, and planned a structure with 32 rooms arranged around a wide central hall, with the Greek Revival columns and the high-ceilinged rooms and the formal gardens that the local standard for serious architectural ambition required. The project took approximately 8 years, which is the kind of construction timeline that suggests either great thoroughness or significant operational challenges, and in this case was probably both. Building a house of this scale in antebellum Mississippi involved material supply chains that were considerably less reliable than those available in the northeastern cities, labor arrangements that were part of the plantation economy's broader structure, and a level of craft detail that required skilled workers who were not always easy to locate and retain in a frontier region. The house was finished, by most accounts, to a very high standard. The plasterwork was elaborate, the woodwork was carefully executed. The overall impression was of a building that had been built to last considerably longer than the political and economic arrangements that had made it possible. Frederick Stanton moved into his completed house in 1859 and died 9 months later of yellow fever. This detail tends to stop people when they first encounter it, and it deserves the pause. 8 years of planning and construction, 9 months of occupancy. The yellow fever epidemics that periodically swept through the Mississippi River Valley in the antebellum period were not discriminating in their victims. They killed wealthy planters and enslaved workers, factors and boatmen, long-term residents and recent arrivals. The elevation of Natchez Bluff provided some protection relative to the lowlands, but not immunity. The same summer heat that made cotton cultivation productive in the river bottoms also made the city above them a hospitable environment for the mosquito populations that carried the disease, and the trading networks that connected the city to New Orleans and the wider river system brought new viral exposure with every steamboat season. Stanton's death 9 months after moving into the house he had spent 8 years building is one of those historical details that resists any narrative framing that would make it neater than it is. It is not a moral lesson. It is not a metaphor, or if it is a metaphor, it is one that operates at a scale and with a coldness that exceeds anything a single life's accounting can contain. It is simply what happened to a man in a specific place at a specific time, and it happened often enough to other specific men in that specific place that the Natchez district's extraordinary concentration of wealth existed alongside an extraordinary familiarity with mortality that most accounts of antebellum Southern prosperity tend to underemphasize. The house Stanton built still stands. It is now a historic property open to visitors, preserved by the kind of preservation effort that the chapter's earlier discussion of the Natchez fire in 2025 introduced as the counterpoint to loss. Stanton Hall, as it came to be known after subsequent owners renamed it, is one of the most thoroughly documented antebellum houses in the country, which means that the physical record of what Stanton built survived even though the economic world that produced it did not. The tour guides who walk visitors through its rooms have a detailed account of the plasterwork and the marble mantelpieces. The account of how the house was built, the specific labour arrangements, the credit structures that financed it, the commodity system that generated the wealth it expressed is somewhat less detailed, which is a pattern that historic preservation tends to replicate rather than challenge. The broader context of Natchez's wealth in this period requires the same kind of direct acknowledgement that has been applied to the other uncomfortable foundations of early American fortunes in this story. The cotton that made Natchez wealthy was produced by enslaved people working under conditions that need no euphemism. It was forced agricultural labour in a climate that imposed significant physical hardship, and the people performing it had no legal standing, no right to the proceeds of their work, and no recourse to any authority that was likely to take their interests seriously. The factor system that men like Stanton operated within advancing credit, arranging sales, collecting commissions was one of the mechanisms through which this agricultural production was converted into commercial wealth. Understanding the Natchez fortunes requires holding both of these things simultaneously: the genuine commercial sophistication of the factor and planter class, and the specific human arrangements on which that commercial sophistication rested. The men who built the houses on the Natchez Bluff were not, by the standards of their own time and place, considered to be doing anything unusual. The plantation economy was the established commercial form of the region. It had been operating in various configurations since the colonial period, and the social and legal structures that surrounded it had evolved to normalize it so thoroughly that challenging it required not just moral position, but a willingness to stand against the entire institutional framework of Southern life. Most people did not do this. for the same reasons that most people in most historical contexts do not stand against the institutional framework of the society they live in. They conducted business within the existing system, built houses with the proceeds, and created the built environment that now constitutes the material record of the era. The other planters and factors who populated the Natchez district alongside Stanton were, as a group, genuinely extraordinary in their economic output. The plantation agriculture of the Mississippi Delta and the surrounding riverlands was, measured in terms of capital invested and returns generated, one of the most productive agricultural systems in the world in the mid-19th century. The combination of rich alluvial soils, a growing season long enough to produce reliable cotton yields, the river transportation network that moved production to market efficiently, and the labor system that maintained low production costs, all of these factors combined to produce returns on investment that attracted capital from northern banks and European financial institutions. The planters were not simply farmers. They were operating complex agricultural and financial enterprises that required sophisticated management of multiple interlocking variables, and many of them were extremely good at it. The houses they built reflected this success in their scale and in their specific design choices. Greek Revival architecture in the antebellum South carried connotations that it did not carry in quite the same way in northern cities. The columns and the classical proportions referenced the Greek democracy that the founders had invoked as a model for the American Republic, and the planter class's association of its own social arrangements with this classical precedent was deliberate rather than naive. The argument made explicitly by some Southern theorists of the period was that genuine democratic culture required a leisured class freed from manual labour by the existence of a servile population, and that the plantation South represented a closer approximation of Athenian social organisation than the commercial North, with its wage-dependent urban population, could achieve. This argument was, by any reasonable analysis, convenient rather than rigorous, but its convenience did not prevent it from being made with considerable force and frequency. The physical expression of this worldview in Natchez architecture was striking enough that the city attracted visitors who found it remarkable for reasons they sometimes struggled to articulate. Frederick Law Olmsted, who travelled through the South in the early 1850s and documented what he observed with a journalist's precision and an educated northerner's ambivalence, found Natchez impressive in a way that made him uncomfortable. The houses were beautiful. The social life was gracious by any standard he could apply. The conversation was sophisticated, and the whole edifice rested on arrangements that he found, when he looked at them directly, rather than through the distorting lens of the social performance surrounding them, difficult to reconcile with the national ideals that the columned facades were simultaneously invoking. This ambivalence was not unique to Olmsted. It was, in some form, present in nearly every account that serious northern visitors left of the antebellum South at its peak. The aesthetic achievement was real, the wealth was real, the social culture that the wealth had produced was real, and the foundation of all of it was also real, and the gap between that foundation and the claims the architecture was making was a gap that visitors could not entirely ignore, and residents had developed sophisticated social mechanisms for not discussing. Natchez as a city was also notable for something that the millionaire per capita statistics somewhat obscures. It was a genuinely cosmopolitan place by the standards of the antebellum interior South. Its commercial importance attracted merchants, lawyers, doctors, and professionals from across the country and from Europe, creating a social mix that was more varied than its location in the southern interior might suggest. The cotton economy drew Irish immigrants like Stanton, Jewish merchants who developed significant trading networks throughout the southern commercial system, English factors representing British textile interests, and New England merchants who found the southern trade more lucrative than what was available at home, and who managed, with varying degrees of internal consistency, to conduct profitable business within an economic system whose labour arrangements conflicted with the values they had been raised to hold. The Jewish merchant community of Natchez and the broader Mississippi Valley deserves specific mention because it represents one of the more interesting and underexamined aspects of antebellum southern commercial life. Significant Jewish communities had established themselves in New Orleans, Natchez, and a number of other southern commercial cities by the 1830s and 1840s, operating primarily in trade and commercial credit rather than in plantation agriculture. These communities were integrated into the social and economic life of the region in ways that range from comfortable to remarkable. Some individuals achieved positions of considerable social prominence and were accepted by the planter class as commercial and social equals in ways that parallel Jewish communities in Europe often could not manage. The reasons for this relative acceptance were complex and included the commercial utility that Jewish merchants provided, the specific social dynamics of a frontier region with less entrenched social hierarchy than older settled areas, and the simple fact that in a society already defined by its most prominent exclusion, other forms of social distinction had somewhat less absolute force. The cotton economy that sustained all of this, the planters, the factors, the immigrant merchants, the cosmopolitan social world of Natchez at its peak, was also, even at the height of its prosperity, more fragile than its confident architectural expression suggested. Cotton prices fluctuated. The credit structures that planters relied on to bridge the gap between planting season and harvest were dependent on Northern and European financial institutions that could and did contract their lending during economic downturns. The Panic of 1837, the most severe financial crisis in American history up to that point, hit the plantation South with particular force, destroying fortunes that had seemed solid and revealing the degree to which the apparent prosperity of the cotton economy rested on credit structures that were themselves dependent on commodity prices, remaining high enough to service the debt. Several Natchez fortunes that had seemed permanent in 1836 were significantly diminished or gone entirely by 1840. The district recovered because cotton prices recovered, and the recovery produced a second wave of building and expansion in the 1840s and 1850s that generated some of the most ambitious architecture the region ever produced. Stanton Hall was part of this second wave. So were a number of other houses that still stand in and around Natchez, along with a considerably larger number that do not burned in the war, demolished for development, collapsed from neglect, or lost to the specific Louisiana and Mississippi climate that is hard on wood frame buildings and shows no particular respect for historical significance. The houses that were built along the Natchez Bluff to be seen from the river were performing a very specific communicative function that the architectural choices amplified. The steamboat passengers who passed below merchants, travellers, potential investors, commercial visitors from New Orleans or points north could read the facades. Large columns meant established wealth. New construction meant expanding wealth. The specific architectural vocabulary, Greek versus Gothic versus Italianate, communicated something about the owner's self-conception and social aspirations. The garden layout, visible from the river on some properties, communicated something about the investment in landscape that only significant surplus income could support. The whole bluff was, in a sense, a continuous visual argument about the prosperity and permanence of the commercial world it represented. What it could not communicate, because the medium of architecture is not equipped for conditional statements, was how completely dependent that prosperity was on conditions that were actively contested by a significant portion of the American population, and that would be definitively resolved within a single decade of the Natchez district's architectural peak, in a direction entirely opposite to the one the houses were designed to assume. The columns were built to last. The economy that raised them was not. The specific mechanism by which that economy would collapse belongs to a later chapter in this story. What matters here is understanding what existed before the collapse, the specific texture of the Natchez wealth at its peak, the range of people who participated in and benefited from it, and the physical expression they gave to it in the architecture that some portion of still stands today. The fire that opened this story, burning through a Natchez area plantation house in May of 2025, was destroying one of the last physical remains of this world. The house that burned had survived the war, survived the poverty of the Reconstruction era, survived the long economic decline of the Mississippi Delta in the 20th century, and finally succumbed not to any dramatic historical force, but to the mundane combination of neglect, deferred maintenance, and the absence of anyone with both the means and the motivation to prevent what was coming. This, too, is a pattern that repeats. The houses that still stand do so because someone, at some critical moment, made a decision that their preservation mattered enough to spend money on. The National Trust for Historic Preservation, the state historic preservation offices, the private foundations and individual donors who fund restoration projects, all of these represent the accumulated decisions of people who concluded, for various reasons, that the physical record of this world was worth maintaining even though the world itself was gone. These decisions are made imperfectly and unevenly, and the record they preserve is inevitably partial. The planter's house survives more often than the quarters of the people who worked the surrounding land, which tells you something about whose story historic preservation has historically considered most worth preserving. This is changing, but slowly. What the surviving houses do preserve, imperfectly and incompletely, is some sense of the scale of ambition that the antebellum cotton economy generated in the people who benefited most from it. Stanton Hall's 32 rooms, its elaborate plasterwork, its marble mantelpieces imported from Europe, these are not primarily interesting as evidence of one man's taste. They are interesting as evidence of what a cotton factor in Natchez in 1851 thought was an appropriate physical expression of his place in the world. That thought, and the financial resources that made it possible to act on it, were produced by a specific historical moment that lasted roughly 40 years, and then ended with a completeness that the people living inside it had not imagined was possible. They were not stupid people. They were not lacking in information about the instability of the system they were operating within. They were people who had made the entirely human calculation that the evidence of continued prosperity was more reliable than the arguments of people who warned that the prosperity could not continue, and who had invested in that calculation with the most permanent expression available to them. Buildings of marble and wood and plaster, designed to outlast their owners and announce to anyone who cared to look that the people who built them had arrived and intended to stay. Some of those buildings are still standing. The people who built them are long gone, and the world that produced them went with them in a single catastrophic decade, leaving the architecture as evidence of a wealth and confidence that turned out to be considerably less permanent than the columns suggested. The Natchez story also illuminates a dimension of early American wealth that the northeastern commercial narratives tend to underplay: the role of credit in constructing fortunes that looked solid from the outside but were, at their core, highly leveraged bets on the continued favourable behaviour of commodity markets. The planters who built the largest houses in the Natchez district were rarely paying for construction out of current income. They were borrowing against the future value of harvests not yet planted, using credit extended by New Orleans factors and New York financial houses against the collateral of land and the enslaved workforce that cultivated it. This was understood at the time as normal commercial practice, and indeed it was plantation agriculture ran on credit the way a steam engine ran on water, and the financial sophistication required to manage these credit relationships was genuine and demanding. But the result was that most of the great cotton fortunes were simultaneously large in asset terms and fragile in cash terms, always one bad harvest season or one significant commodity price drop away from a renegotiation with creditors that could be deeply uncomfortable. The factor system that men like Stanton operated, and that provided the intermediary layer between plantation production and commercial markets, was itself a significant source of leverage and a significant source of risk. A factor who advanced credit to 50 plantation clients was exposed to the agricultural outcomes across all 50 of those operations simultaneously. In a year when cotton prices were high and yields were good, everyone prospered and the factor collected his commissions on enormous volumes of commerce. In a year when prices fell or floods destroyed the crop along a stretch of the river, the factor was holding receivables from clients whose ability to repay was suddenly in serious question against his own obligations to the financial institutions from which he had borrowed to make the advances. The 1837 panic demonstrated this cascade dynamic with devastating clarity, and the lesson was absorbed by the Natchez commercial community, and then, within a generation, essentially forgotten as the recovery made the preceding disaster seem like an anomaly rather than a preview. This capacity to treat catastrophe as exceptional rather than structural is another pattern that repeats throughout the history of concentrated wealth in this era. The people who built great fortunes in commodity markets almost universally had a tendency to attribute good years to their own skill and judgment, and bad years to external forces temporarily out of alignment. This attribution pattern is psychologically understandable. It would be very difficult to build anything requiring long-term commitment, while holding a genuine belief that the whole enterprise could be destroyed by forces entirely outside your control, but it produced systematic overconfidence in the durability of arrangements that were, in fact, highly contingent. The cotton planters of the Natchez district were, in the 1850s, operating within a system that was not merely economically contingent, but politically contested in ways that were becoming impossible to ignore, even for people with strong motivations for ignoring them. The national debate over the expansion of the plantation system into Western territories had been growing in intensity for a decade. The compromises that had maintained a working political equilibrium between the slave and free states were visibly fraying. The election of 1860 would, within a year of its occurrence, produce consequences that would render every cotton fortune in the Mississippi Valley worthless in its existing form, and most of them worthless in any form within 5 years. The houses on the Natchez Bluff were built in the decade immediately preceding this catastrophe. Stanton began his 8-year construction project in 1851, 9 years before secession. Other significant construction was occurring simultaneously across the district. The physical evidence of confidence and permanence was being produced at exactly the moment when the political situation that would destroy the economic basis for that confidence was approaching its crisis point. The irony here is not subtle, and it does not require much analytical distance to perceive. It was, in fact, perceived at the time by observers outside the southern commercial world who found the spectacle of increasingly elaborate construction in a system they considered doomed both fascinating and somewhat melancholy. Within the Natchez district itself, the prevailing sentiment was considerably more confident. The cotton economy had survived the panic of 1837 and recovered. It had survived periodic price depressions and agricultural disasters. It had survived for decades an increasingly loud national argument about its moral and political legitimacy. Why would this particular historical moment be different from all the previous ones? The answer, as it turned out, was that the previous challenges had been commercial and financial in nature, solvable, with credit and recovery time, while the approaching crisis was political and military, which operated on a different logic entirely and was not solved by credit or recovery time. Natchez itself, when the war came, was occupied by Union forces relatively early, and experienced less physical destruction than other parts of the Confederacy. The houses on the bluff largely survived the war intact. What did not survive was the economic system that had built them. Emancipation dissolved the labor arrangements on which plantation agriculture depended. Land values in the cotton regions collapsed. The credit structures that had financed 3 decades of construction and expansion could not be serviced when the income from cotton production fell to a fraction of its previous levels. Fortunes that had been measured in hundreds of thousands of dollars, some in millions, were reduced to fractions of their former values or eliminated entirely. The families who had built the great houses were left, in many cases, with the houses and very little else. Maintaining a 32-room marble mansion requires income that the post-war Mississippi economy was not generating for people of the planter class in the 1860s and 1870s. Some houses were sold, some were rented, some were simply maintained at lower and lower standards as the money ran out and the maintenance deferred until the structure itself began to reflect the economic circumstances of its occupants. The physical deterioration of antebellum plantation houses in the decades after the war is itself a kind of historical document, the record of how quickly buildings designed for permanent occupation by the wealthy become difficult to sustain when the wealth that built them disappears. This is the arc that the house destroyed in the Natchez fire of 2025 had been travelling for a century and a half, built at the peak of a fortune, maintained through the war by circumstances more than by resources, passed through successive owners with decreasing means and motivation, preserved through the 20th century by a combination of historical interest and insufficient funds, and finally lost to the fire that an earlier investment in maintenance might have prevented. The story of that building's end is not remarkable. It is, in the broader context of what happened to antebellum plantation architecture, entirely typical. What is remarkable is how many of these buildings survived at all, and what that survival cost and what it preserved. The Natchez that tourists visit today is a carefully curated version of the antebellum city, the houses that survived, the gardens that were restored, the tour narratives that have evolved over decades from simple celebration of architectural grandeur towards something more complete and more honest about what produced the grandeur and what it cost. It is still an incomplete picture, and the incompleteness is partly architectural. The structures that housed the enslaved workforce of these plantations were built to much lower standards and have largely not survived and partly interpretive, reflecting the ongoing process by which communities reckon with the complicated histories their built environments contain. But it is more complete than it was a generation ago, and the process of completion is continuing. What Natchez represents, in the larger context of this story about early American wealth, is the other pole from the commercial fortunes of Manhattan and Broadway. Astor built his fortune on an asset Manhattan real estate that was almost perfectly designed to compound in value indefinitely, and that required no particular political arrangement to remain valuable. Stewart built his fortune on a commercial innovation that was transferable across industries and geographies, and that became more rather than less relevant as the economy grew. The Natchez planters and factors built their fortunes on a specific commodity produced by a specific labor system in a specific political arrangement, and when the political arrangement ended, the labor system ended with it, and the commodity-based fortunes were exposed as having been built on a foundation that could not survive the removal of the layer beneath it. This contrast is not, in itself, a moral judgment on the individuals involved. It is an observation about the different durability of different kinds of wealth, and about the degree to which the fortunes that look most spectacular in the short term are sometimes the most fragile over longer time horizons. The Manhattan landholding was boring compared to the cotton fortune. The retail business was methodical compared to the plantation. The boring and methodical things lasted. The spectacular things ended in columns of smoke and the specific silence of very large houses with very few people who can afford to heat them. Before Instagram, before the society pages of the major newspapers had developed into the full-blown status monitoring industry they would become by the late 19th century, before the telegraph could carry news of a rival's new acquisition across the country in a matter of hours, the primary medium through which wealthy Americans communicated their position in the social hierarchy was architecture, not what you said at a dinner party. Not which clubs you belonged to, though that mattered too. Not the cut of your coat, though that also mattered. Architecture. The permanent, visible, impossible-to-ignore statement in stone and timber and plaster that sat on your property, faced the street or the river, and announced to everyone who passed exactly what you thought of yourself and what you expected them to think of you. This was not a passive or accidental process. The men and women who commissioned the great houses of the antebellum and early Gilded Age period were, by and large, making deliberate choices about architectural style, scale, and detail that were as strategically considered as any commercial decision they made. They hired architects the way a modern corporation hires a brand consultancy to translate a desired positioning into a form that the target audience would correctly read. The difference is that the target audience in this case was not a consumer segment but a social class, and the message being communicated was not about product attributes, but about the client's place in a hierarchy that was, in the absence of formal aristocracy, constantly being renegotiated through exactly this kind of public performance. The American social hierarchy of the early and mid-19th century was, in theory, supposed to not exist. The Republic had rejected titles, hereditary privilege, and the formal class structure of European society. Everyone was equal before the law, at least in the idealized version of the national story, and the measure of a person was their individual achievement rather than the circumstances of their birth. This was the rhetoric. The reality was that a society with no formal aristocracy still required some mechanism for sorting people into ranks, because humans are extremely reluctant to abandon hierarchical organization regardless of what their founding documents say about it, and in the absence of inherited titles and legally established distinctions, the sorting happened through other means. Money was the obvious primary mechanism. Architecture was the medium through which money made its claims legible. The specific vocabulary available to a wealthy American who wanted to build a house that said the right things about him in the 1830s and 1840s was primarily classical. Greek revival had dominated American domestic and institutional architecture since roughly 1820, and for reasons that extended well beyond aesthetic preference. The Greek temple form columns supporting a triangular pediment, symmetrical facade, rational proportions derived from mathematical principles, carried connotations that resonated deeply with the self-image of the early republic. Greece was democracy. Greece was the philosophical and civic tradition from which the founders claimed descent. Building a house that looked like a Greek temple was, in a fairly explicit way, positioning yourself as a legitimate heir to the tradition of republican citizenship. It was architectural virtue signaling, which is perhaps the most expensive form the practice has ever taken. This association between Greek revival architecture and respectable American citizenship was reinforced by its ubiquity. By the 1830s, Greek revival appeared on bank buildings, courthouses, churches, colleges, and private residences from Maine to Mississippi. When the Natchez planter built his columned mansion, he was using the same vocabulary as the New England merchant who had built his slightly more modest columned house 20 years earlier in a Massachusetts town. The style had become sufficiently universal that it had lost most of its specific class markers. It communicated respectability, solidity, and civic virtue, but it did not communicate distinction, which is a very different thing and the thing that the wealthiest clients actually wanted. Distinction, in architectural terms, required departure from the dominant vocabulary. This is where things get interesting, because the form of departure you chose communicated as specifically as the choice to depart at all. Gothic revival was beginning to appear in American domestic architecture in the 1830s, primarily through the influence of a landscape designer and architectural theorist named Andrew Jackson Downing and an architect named Alexander Jackson Davis, and it said something quite different from the Greek temple form. Gothic pointed arches, irregular massing, towers and turrets, decorative barge boards in patterns derived from medieval wood carving, the general impression of something that had grown organically over time rather than been constructed according to a rational plan. All of this referenced not Greece and Rome and the civic republican tradition, but medieval Europe, the castles and manor houses of an aristocratic tradition that the Republic had officially rejected, but that a certain class of new American wealthy found rather appealing when translated into domestic architecture. William Paulding was a former mayor of New York City and a man of considerable means when he approached Alexander Jackson Davis in the late 1830s with a commission for a house on the Hudson River north of the city. What Davis produced was something that had essentially no precedent in American domestic architecture: a sprawling, asymmetrical, turreted Gothic castle on a high bluff above the Hudson, commanding views up and down the river that were genuinely spectacular and, from the water, immediately arresting. Paulding called it Knoll. His neighbours, with the creative freedom that comes from not having to pay for something, called it Paulding's folly, which is the specific form of social disapproval that architectural ambition tends to attract before it succeeds, and which tends to become a historical footnote afterward. The charge of folly was not entirely unfair by the standards of what was conventional in 1840. The house was large, much larger than any domestic building program required irregular, in a way that some contemporaries found confused rather than romantic, and executed in a style that carried European aristocratic associations that sat uncomfortably with the Republican self-image of a former mayor of New York. The Gothic castle was, implicitly, a claim to a kind of distinction that American democracy was theoretically supposed to have made impossible, and the discomfort this produced in observers who would have been entirely comfortable with a very large Greek revival house was real, and reflected something genuine about the cultural stakes involved. What made Paulding's folly historically significant was not that it silenced the critics immediately it did not, but that it established a reference point that other wealthy Americans could react to, adapt, and build on. Davis went on to design more Gothic and Italianate houses along the Hudson and elsewhere, and each new commission moved the stylistic frontier incrementally further from the Greek Revival consensus. The language of American domestic architecture was being expanded style by style, house by house, and the mechanism of expansion was the specific combination of wealthy clients wanting distinction and talented architects providing it. The house that Paulding had built and his sons subsequently expanded it eventually became known as Lyndhurst, the name given it by a later owner, and it still stands on its Hudson River bluff as a National Trust property, was a genuine architectural achievement by any standard not limited to the conventional tastes of the 1840s. Davis was working with a compositional intelligence that was years ahead of the market he was serving, and what looked like romantic excess to contemporaries reads, from a later vantage point, as a sophisticated understanding of how buildings relate to landscape, how asymmetrical massing creates visual interest and spatial variety that symmetrical classical buildings cannot produce, and how the deliberate departure from conventional taste can become the new taste if the departure is executed with sufficient skill and the person departing is sufficiently wealthy and prominent to make the departure seem like leadership rather than eccentricity. The distinction between leadership and eccentricity in architectural taste is almost entirely determined by whether other wealthy people follow your example, which is determined almost entirely by whether your architect was genuinely talented and your budget was sufficient to execute the idea completely. A half-built Gothic castle with budget-driven compromises visible in every detail is just a weird house. A fully realised Gothic castle executed to the highest available standard is an aesthetic argument, and if the argument is made well enough, it changes what other people consider possible and desirable in their own buildings. Davis made the argument well enough. The architectural historian's category for what Davis and Downing were doing is the Gothic revival, and the historical narrative tends to present it as an aesthetic movement, a shift in taste driven by Romantic literature, by the influence of European architectural theory, by changing ideas about the relationship between buildings and nature. All of this is accurate. What it sometimes underemphasizes is the social function that this aesthetic shift was serving for the wealthy clients who were funding it. The move from Greek revival to Gothic was not primarily about romance and picturesque landscapes, though those elements were genuinely present and genuinely valued. It was about the specific class of wealthy Americans who had enough money to want something that communicated more than mere respectability, and who found in the Gothic vocabulary a way to claim a form of distinction that the Greek vocabulary could not provide. The Gothic house said, "I am not simply a successful citizen who has met the standard of respectable achievement. I am something with historical depth, with roots in a tradition older and grander than the commercial republic I inhabit. My family is not merely prosperous. It has the kind of claim to social position that requires architecture with towers in it." Whether this argument was well-founded in any objective sense was entirely irrelevant to its communicative effectiveness. People understood what was being claimed. Whether they accepted the claim was a separate question. Meanwhile, the Greek revival did not disappear. It continued to be used for banks and courthouses and churches and the houses of people who wanted to communicate civic respectability rather than aristocratic aspiration, which remained a large and commercially significant market. What happened was that the architectural vocabulary available to wealthy Americans expanded, and the specific style choices became more legible as a system of social communication precisely because there were now more options, and the different options meant different things. The Italianate style that became popular through the 1840s and 1850s added another register to this vocabulary. Where Greek revival said republican virtue, and Gothic said aristocratic depth, Italianate said cosmopolitan sophistication and commercial success of a specifically urban, internationally connected variety. The Italianate house referenced the villas of the Italian Lake District and the Tuscan hills, the landscape tradition of Claude and Poussin, the general implication that its owner had either travelled to Italy or had sufficient education to appreciate what Italy represented in the cultural imagination of the period. It was a style for people who wanted to communicate that their wealth came from a world larger than the one immediately visible from their front porch, which was a claim well suited to the merchant class of the northeastern commercial cities who were, in fact, operating in exactly that larger world. The architects who served this market were themselves a new kind of professional, operating in conditions that had not existed in America a generation earlier. Architecture as a distinct profession, separate from building contracting and engineering, was still in the process of defining itself in the 1830s and 1840s. The men who became the leading practitioners of the period Davis, Richard Upjohn, James Renwick, Calvert Vaux, later Richard Morris Hunt, were developing their professional practice in real time, figuring out as they went what the relationship between architect and client should look like, what the scope of the architect's authority over a project was, and how the business of architecture should be organized. Davis, who was perhaps the most versatile and innovative of the early group, worked across every major style of the period with a fluency that testified both to his genuine talent and to the market reality that clients had different requirements, and a good architect needed to be able to serve them all. The relationship between these architects and their wealthy clients was not the purely commercial transaction it is sometimes described as in historical accounts. The best of these relationships were genuine collaborations, in which the architect brought aesthetic intelligence and technical knowledge, and the client brought the specific requirements of their social situation and the resources to realize the architect's vision at the necessary scale. Davis worked with Paulding over years on the Knoll project, adjusting and expanding as the client's ambitions evolved. His drawings show a design intelligence that was consistently ahead of what his clients had initially asked for, and a talent for understanding what they actually wanted, which was often something grander and more specifically distinctive than what they had described in their initial brief. The tension in these relationships was almost always about money, and about the gap between what the architect thought the building required and what the client was willing to spend. This tension is eternal in the history of architecture and produces, when managed well, buildings that are better than either party would have produced independently, and when managed badly, buildings that are either compromised in their execution or ruinously expensive in ways the client did not anticipate. Davis had a talent for the former, which is one reason his practice survived and his reputation grew through decades of working with clients whose ambitions regularly exceeded their initial budgets. The social logic of these architectural commissions becomes clearer when you look at the specific geographies where the great houses were being built. The Hudson River Valley above New York City was, in the 1840s and 1850s, the preferred location for the summer and country houses of the New York commercial elite. The combination of scenic landscape, distance from the city's summer heat and disease risk, and accessibility by the steamboats that had been running on the Hudson since 1807 made it an ideal location for the kind of rural establishment that a successful merchant or financier was expected to maintain once he had reached a certain level. The concentration of wealthy houses along a stretch of the Hudson, visible from the water, created exactly the kind of competitive architectural environment that produced rapid stylistic development. When your neighbour built something more impressive than your house, the pressure to respond was immediate and visible every time you looked out your window. This competitive dynamic between neighbours of comparable wealth is one of the consistent drivers of architectural ambition throughout this period, and it operated with particular intensity in settings where the houses were visible to each other and to passing river or road traffic. The Natchez Bluff, as discussed, was one such setting. The Hudson River Valley was another. Newport, Rhode Island, which would become the dominant site of Gilded Age architectural competition in the latter half of the century, was already developing this competitive character in the antebellum period. The pattern was the same in each location. Wealthy people concentrated in close proximity, each with the means to build and the motivation to distinguish themselves from their peers, producing a concentrated dose of architectural ambition that drove the whole group to more elaborate statements than any of them would have made in isolation. The neighbours who called Paulding's house a folly were, in most cases, the same people who quietly consulted architects about what they might do with their own properties in response to seeing what he had built. This is how architectural taste moves in wealthy enclaves, not through the gradual diffusion of ideas from critics and theorists to a broad public, but through the immediate competitive pressure of visible examples in the immediate social environment. The Gothic revival arrived in the Hudson Valley not because someone read a treatise, but because someone built a Gothic castle, and everyone within sight of it had to decide what that meant for their own architectural plans. Calvert Vaux, who had come to America from England in 1850 at the invitation of Andrew Jackson Downing, brought with him a more systematic understanding of the relationship between architecture and landscape than most of his American contemporaries had developed. His designs for Hudson Valley houses in the 1850s worked the buildings into their sites with a care for visual composition, the house as element in a designed landscape, rather than as a freestanding object placed on a lot that was, again, ahead of the market he was serving. His later collaboration with Frederick Law Olmsted on Central Park would express the same sensibility at urban scale, but the underlying ideas were being worked out in the commissions for wealthy Hudson Valley clients who were, by the mid-1850s, willing to invest in landscape design as well as in architecture, because the combination produced results that either alone could not. The investment in landscape, when added to the investment in architecture, created something that the wealthy clients of this period particularly valued: the appearance of an established estate. The English country house tradition, which most of these clients knew either through travel or through the extensive coverage in architectural and landscape publications, included not just buildings but grounds, mature trees, designed gardens, managed views, the accumulated evidence of generations of investment in a single place. This was exactly what new American money could not buy directly. You could commission a Gothic castle, you could plant trees, but you could not instantly produce the look of a property that had been carefully managed for a century, because that required time that was not for sale. The closest available substitute was hiring a very good landscape designer to create the impression of natural establishment as rapidly as possible, using plant material and topographic manipulation that would mature into the desired effect within a generation or so. This was the business that Downing had pioneered and that Vaux and Olmsted continued, the design of landscapes that looked, when executed, as though they had always been there, which is the most complete illusion available in the garden designer's toolkit, and also the most expensive one to produce. The wealthy clients who commissioned it were paying not just for trees and paths, but for a compression of time for the manufactured appearance of roots that their fortunes, however large, had not actually had time to put down. The French Second Empire style, which began appearing in American domestic architecture in the late 1840s and expanded significantly through the 1850s and 1860s, added yet another register to the vocabulary of wealthy American self-presentation. Where Italianate referenced the Mediterranean villa and Gothic referenced the medieval manor, French Second Empire referenced, with some precision, the Paris of Napoleon III, the rebuilt Haussmann city of grand boulevards and elaborate facades, and a specific kind of imperial European urbanity that American commercial elites were observing with a mixture of admiration and competitive anxiety. The mansard roof that was the defining formal element of the style had been mandated for new construction in Paris by regulation, and its appearance on American houses communicated a specifically European sensibility, the house of someone who had been to Paris, who cared about what was happening in Paris, and who saw no particular reason why the commercial success of an American city should not be expressed in the architectural language of the world's most culturally prestigious capital. This francophilia in American architecture was not merely about aesthetics. It was about the positioning of American wealth within a global cultural hierarchy that, in the mid-19th century, everyone agreed was headed by Paris. A French-influenced house said, "I am not merely a successful American businessman. I am a participant in a civilized world whose standards are defined by European culture, and I am financially able to meet those standards in the medium of architecture." Whether anyone in Paris would have agreed with this assessment was a question that did not significantly affect the communicative effectiveness of the building in its actual American context. The architect who most completely embodied this Francophile tendency, and who would become the dominant figure in American upper-class architecture for the final decades of the 19th century, was Richard Morris Hunt. Hunt had studied at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, the first American to do so, and returned to the United States in 1855 with a formal architectural education more rigorous than anything available domestically, and a thorough grounding in the French academic tradition that his wealthy American clients found irresistibly appealing. He was, in a very precise sense, the architectural product that the American wealthy had been waiting for, someone who could give them European cultural legitimacy in built form, executed with the technical competence to actually realize what the client's ambitions required. Hunt's early career in New York included the 10th Street Studio Building, which was an institutional commission and a series of private houses for the upper range of the city's commercial elite that established him as the preferred architect for clients who wanted something that would be taken seriously in any company. His relationship with the Vanderbilt family, which would eventually produce some of the most extraordinary examples of Gilded Age domestic architecture in the country, began in the 1870s and extended through the construction of multiple houses of increasing elaborateness that each represented, in architectural terms, the specific social ambitions of the family member who commissioned it. The Vanderbilt connection brings us to a figure who sits at the intersection of several threads running through this story, a man who had spent decades building one of the largest American fortunes of the mid-19th century in a manner that had almost nothing to do with the architectural ambition that his money eventually enabled, and whose personal relationship with architecture was, by the standards of his era, almost ostentatiously modest. Cornelius Vanderbilt, who was accumulating the fortune that his descendants would eventually express in buildings of extraordinary elaborateness, lived in a brownstone townhouse on Washington Place for most of his adult life. He bought it in 1846 for $50,000. He lived in it until his death in 1877. He did not commission a Gothic castle or a French Renaissance palace or an Italianate villa. He lived in a brownstone townhouse because he was not primarily interested in what his house said about him. He was primarily interested in what his railroad network could do for his balance sheet. This contrast between Vanderbilt's architectural modesty and the elaborateness that his money would eventually produce in the hands of his children and grandchildren is one of the more instructive examples in the entire history of this era. The first generation builds the fortune and lives in a brownstone. The second generation multiplies the fortune and builds palaces on Fifth Avenue. The third generation inherits the palaces and builds Biltmore. The trajectory is almost universal among the great fortunes of this period, and it follows a logic that is both understandable and, in retrospect, somewhat melancholy. The person who actually understood how the money was made had no particular interest in spending it on architecture, and the people who inherited the money and spent it on architecture had no particular need to understand how it was made, because it was already there. The architects who served the second and third generations of these fortunes were not simply service providers executing a client's vision. They were, in a more complete sense, the cultural mediators between commercial wealth and social legitimacy. The brownstone that Vanderbilt was comfortable in was adequate for a rich man. The Fifth Avenue palaces that his son William Henry commissioned from the architectural firm of Herter Brothers in the early 1880s were necessary for a man who intended to be recognized as belonging to a social order defined by something beyond mere commercial success. Hunt's subsequent commissions for the Vanderbilt grandchildren, most spectacularly, the Biltmore estate in Asheville, North Carolina, which remains the largest private residence ever built in the United States, were the terminal expression of this logic. A building so large and so thoroughly executed in the European chateau tradition that it made any claim about its owner's cultural aspirations essentially impossible to dispute, at least in the medium of architecture. Biltmore had 250 rooms. It had a banquet hall that could accommodate large formal dinners for guests who had travelled to western North Carolina, specifically to see what $200 million looked like when it took the form of a French Loire Valley chateau. It had a library, an indoor swimming pool, a bowling alley, and a winter garden, none of which were frivolous additions but were each statements in the architectural argument that the building was making about the completeness of its owner's civilization. It employed, at various points in its construction through the 1890s, more than 1,000 workers, including craftsmen brought from Europe to execute details that American craftsmen could not produce to the required standard. It took 6 years to build and cost an amount that historical estimates vary widely on, but that was certainly north of $5 million. In 1890s terms an extraordinary sum for a private residence in any era. George Vanderbilt, who commissioned Biltmore and who was Cornelius's grandson, was not primarily a businessman. He was a collector, a reader, a man of genuine cultural cultivation, who happened to have inherited one of the largest fortunes in American history and who used it with a completeness of aesthetic vision that neither his grandfather nor his father had shown any interest in. The building he created with Hunt was, by any honest assessment, an architectural achievement of the first order, not merely expensive but genuinely designed, with the kind of integration between exterior composition, interior planning, and landscape setting that distinguishes architecture from expensive construction. Frederick Law Olmsted designed the grounds, creating the approach through a long-managed woodland that produced, at the moment of first sight of the house, the specific visual effect that Hunt had planned the facade to achieve from exactly that vantage point. The whole thing was, as an architectural and landscape composition, extraordinarily well done. The arc from Cornelius Vanderbilt's brownstone on Washington Place to George Vanderbilt's chateau in the Blue Ridge Mountains, accomplished across 3 generations and roughly half a century, is the most complete expression available in architectural terms of what happens to great American fortunes over time. The man who makes the money lives modestly and focuses on making more. His children use the money to establish social position. His grandchildren use the social position to express cultural aspiration. The aspiration requires architecture of increasing elaborateness. The architecture of increasing elaborateness requires operating costs that the original fortune, however large, was not designed to sustain indefinitely. The chateau becomes a hotel. The hotel keeps the roof on. This is, in a very compressed form, the story of American architectural ambition in this era. And it is also, in a more general sense, the story of what wealth does when it is no longer occupied with the project of creating itself. The architects who facilitated this process were not cynical about their role, or at least the best of them were not. Davis and Vaux and Hunt were genuinely interested in what they were building, genuinely committed to the idea that architecture could be a serious art form rather than just an expensive version of construction, and genuinely invested in the cultural project of developing an American architectural tradition that could stand on its own rather than simply copying European models. Whether the wealthy clients who hired them shared these ambitions is a separate question, but the buildings that resulted from the collaboration are, in many cases, worth taking seriously on their own terms, as achievements in a medium that is unforgiving of incompetence and occasionally capable of genuine beauty, even when the circumstances of its production are complicated. The brownstone that Cornelius Vanderbilt bought for $50,000 and lived in for 30 years is gone demolished, eventually, like most of Lower Manhattan, by the same process of continuous redevelopment that Astor had understood and invested in. The chateau in the Blue Ridge Mountains is still there, charging admission and hosting weddings, which is not the fate its builder envisioned, but is at least a fate that keeps it intact. The Gothic castle on the Hudson Lyndhurst, Paulding's Folly, is still there too, owned by the National Trust, open on weekends in season, its towers visible from the river in exactly the way that William Paulding intended when he commissioned it in the late 1830s and absorbed the neighbourhood's confident prediction that he had lost his mind. He had not lost his mind. He had simply understood, earlier than most, that in a society without formal aristocracy, architecture was one of the few available mechanisms for claiming the kind of distinction that aristocracy provides by inheritance. The folly, as it turned out, was thinking that this claim could be made permanently. All the columns and towers and mansard roofs and carefully designed landscape approaches were making arguments about permanence and depth, and cultural authority arguments that were, in the specific historical context of the decades between the founding of the Republic and the Civil War, persuasive enough to produce some extraordinary buildings. Whether the buildings outlasted the arguments is a question that the subsequent century answered differently for each of them. Some burned, some were torn down, some became hotels, some are still arguing. Cornelius Vanderbilt was, by the time of his death in January of 1877, worth approximately $100 million. This figure requires the same kind of contextual translation applied to Astor's fortune earlier in this story. The federal government of the United States, in the years immediately following the Civil War, was carrying a national debt and managing annual expenditures that made Vanderbilt's personal fortune equivalent to a meaningful fraction of the entire national economic output. One man, one fortune, one brownstone townhouse on Washington Place in Lower Manhattan, purchased in 1846 for $50,000, where he lived for the last 30 years of his life without apparent dissatisfaction and without any visible interest in upgrading his domestic arrangements to something more commensurate with his financial position. The brownstone on Washington Place was not a hovel. It was a respectable upper-middle-class New York residence of the kind that a successful merchant or lawyer might have occupied, well-maintained and adequately staffed, located in a good neighbourhood. What it was not was a palace, a chateau, a castle, a mansion with 250 rooms, or anything else that a man with $100 million in 1877 might reasonably have been expected to inhabit. By comparison, the architectural ambitions already discussed in this story, Paulding's Gothic Folly on the Hudson, the Greek Revival columns of Natchez, even Stuart's Marble Retail Palace, were expressions of competitive social performance that Vanderbilt simply did not engage in. He was, to use a phrase that understates the situation considerably, not particularly focused on his domestic environment. He was focused on his railroads. The story of how Cornelius Vanderbilt got to $100 million starts in a place that the eventual destination makes seem almost impossible to believe. A small farm on Staten Island, where he was born in 1794, the fourth of 9 children of a Dutch-descended farming family that had been on the island for several generations and that had achieved, by any reasonable standard, precisely nothing of extraordinary commercial significance. His father ran a small ferry operation across the Kil Van Cool to Bayonne, in addition to the farming, which gave the young Cornelius an early familiarity with water transportation that would define the first half of his commercial career. He left school at 11, which was not unusual for the period and which left him, for the rest of his life, with a functional literacy and a comprehensive indifference to the kind of formal intellectual culture that his grandchildren would eventually use his money to purchase. What he had instead was a physical constitution that was, by contemporary accounts, extraordinary, a large, strong, apparently tireless man who could work longer and endure more than the people around him, combined with a commercial instinct of the first order and a personal manner that was, depending on who was describing it and under what circumstances, either admirably direct or thoroughly unpleasant. He was profane in an era when profanity in business settings was considered a class marker of the unfavourable kind. He was aggressive in negotiation, in a way that left counterparties unsure whether they had reached an agreement or been defeated. He held grudges with a consistency that suggested he had an excellent memory for slights and an essentially unlimited patience for settling scores on his own schedule. These qualities were not universally appealing in social contexts. They were extremely effective in business ones. He borrowed $100 from his mother at 16 to buy a small periauger, a flat-bottomed sailing vessel used for ferrying passengers and cargo around New York Harbor, and began a ferry service between Staten Island and Manhattan. This was 1810. Within a year, he had paid back his mother's loan and was generating enough income to hire additional boats. Within a few years, he was operating a fleet of small vessels across the harbor, competing with every established ferry operator in New York through a combination of lower fares, faster service, and a personal willingness to work hours that his competitors found excessive. He was not the first person to operate a harbor ferry service. He was simply better at it than the people who had been doing it before him, and he was willing to absorb short-term losses to undercut competitors until they were out of the market, at which point he would adjust his prices to whatever the traffic would bear. This strategy, which economists call predatory pricing and which regulators today treat with varying degrees of concern, was entirely legal and quite effective in 1810's New York Harbor. His switch from sail to steam was the first demonstration of the strategic intelligence that would define his entire career, the ability to identify when a new technology was about to make an existing one obsolete, and to position himself on the correct side of the transition before the transition was fully understood by the people he was competing with. Steam ferries were demonstrably faster and more reliable than sailing vessels on harbor routes, and Vanderbilt, who had watched the Fulton steamboat operation on the Hudson River since its early years, understood this before most of the established harbor operators had decided what to do about it. He got into steam early, learned the operational requirements, and built a competitive position in steam-powered harbor transport that his earlier experience in sail transport had given him the commercial foundation to exploit. By the 1820s, he was working for Thomas Gibbons, a New Jersey steamboat operator who was in direct conflict with the Fulton-Livingston monopoly that had been granted exclusive rights to steam navigation on New York waters by the New York State Legislature. This monopoly was, from a competitive standpoint, precisely the kind of entrenched advantage that Vanderbilt found most irritating, and working for Gibbons meant spending years in direct confrontation with it, running steamboats across waters where the monopoly claimed exclusive rights, facing legal proceedings, defying injunctions, and generally conducting a commercial war against a legally privileged competitor through the combination of aggressive service, cut-rate fares, and a willingness to absorb the legal costs of challenging the monopoly's authority. The case eventually reached the Supreme Court as Gibbons versus Ogden, which in 1824 struck down the New York steam monopoly as an unconstitutional restraint of interstate commerce. Vanderbilt was not a party to the case, but he had been one of its primary practical instigators, and the outcome opening American waterways to free competition in steam navigation produced a commercial environment far more favorable to his subsequent operations than the monopoly system had been. He struck out independently after Gibbons died, building his own steamboat operation from a base that now included substantial capital, extensive technical knowledge of steam navigation, a network of contacts across the northeastern maritime commercial world, and a competitive reputation that other operators found, depending on their relationship to him, either reassuring or alarming. He was known as someone who would drive fares below cost to destroy a competitor, and then raise them again once the competition was gone, and this reputation preceded him in every new market he entered. The rational response of established operators facing Vanderbilt's entry into their routes was often to pay him to stay out to offer him a buyout, or a revenue-sharing arrangement that was cheaper than absorbing the losses of a prolonged fare war with someone who had demonstrated a willingness and ability to fight indefinitely. Vanderbilt accepted these payments with the equanimity of a man who had identified an extraordinarily efficient business model. Enter a market, signal credibly that you are willing to compete destructively, collect the payment to withdraw, deploy the capital into the next market, repeat. This is sometimes described in business histories as a negotiating strategy, which gives it a somewhat more respectable framing than it deserves. It was, more plainly, a form of commercial extraction that worked because his reputation for destructive competition was genuine. He had demonstrated it repeatedly, and because the alternative to paying him was genuinely worse for the established operators than the payment, Whether this constitutes capitalism functioning correctly or capitalism functioning badly is a question that economists and lawyers have been arguing about in various forms ever since, without achieving consensus. His fortune by the late 1840s, when he bought the Washington Place brownstone, was already substantial, somewhere in the range of several $1,000,000, which put him solidly in the upper tier of American commercial wealth without yet placing him at its very summit. The brownstone was, at this point, a reasonable choice. He was not yet the richest man in America. He was a wealthy steamboat operator who had recently expanded his operations to transatlantic routes and was about to make his largest individual commercial bet to date. The California gold rush of 1848 created an immediate and enormous demand for passenger transportation from the East Coast to California, and Vanderbilt identified this demand with the speed that characterized his best commercial thinking. The existing routes overland across Panama, which was slow and unhealthy, or around Cape Horn, which was very slow or inadequate to the traffic. Vanderbilt proposed to cut through Nicaragua instead, which offered a shorter route and a navigable river passage that reduced the land crossing to a fraction of the Panamanian alternative. He secured concessions from the Nicaraguan government, organized the accessory transit company to operate the route, and ran it with sufficient commercial success that it became, for several years in the early 1850s, one of the more profitable transportation businesses in the country. This was, to put it mildly, not his most famous venture, but it demonstrates the pattern that defined his whole career. Identify a transportation bottleneck, position yourself to control the flow through it, collect the premium that everyone else has to pay you to get where they're going. His entry into railroads, which would ultimately produce the fortune that made him the richest man in America, followed the same logic but operated at an enormously larger scale. Railroads were, by the 1850s and 1860s, the central infrastructure of the American economy, in the way that highways and internet connectivity occupy those roles. Today, the networks through which everything moved, and therefore the networks whose control gave you leverage over everything that moved through them. Vanderbilt had spent 40 years learning how to compete in transportation markets and how to use control of key routes to extract value from everyone dependent on those routes. Railroads were simply a larger version of the same problem, with steel and steam instead of wood and water. His first significant railroad acquisition was the New York and Harlem Railroad in the early 1860s, obtained through a combination of stock market manipulation and operational improvement that demonstrated how he intended to build his railroad empire: buy the stock when it was cheap, often through tactics that involved creating conditions favorable to cheap stock prices, take control of the board, improve the actual operations, and watch the stock price rise. Repeat with the next railroad. He took control of the Hudson River Railroad next, then merged it with the Harlem. The New York Central came after, then the Lakeshore Line to Chicago, then connections further west. By the time of his death, he controlled the largest railroad network in the country, running from New York City to Chicago and connecting to lines that extended to nearly every major commercial center in the Northeast and Midwest. The specific methods by which he accumulated this control were not, by the standards of the 1860s and 1870s, illegal. They were, by the standards of almost any other era, extraordinarily aggressive and frequently operated in the space where commercial strategy and market manipulation were essentially indistinguishable. He cornered stock, he bribed legislators when necessary, he deployed the threat of competition to extract concessions from rival lines, and he used the earnings of the railroads he controlled to fund the acquisition of the railroads he did not yet control. The railroad combination that resulted was a genuine operational achievement. He improved service, standardized equipment, reduced freight costs, and built infrastructure that served the commercial needs of the regions it connected. And it was also a monument to the exercise of market power, in ways that left the other participants in the market with limited alternatives and limited recourse. He acquired the title Commodore early in his steamboat career, apparently first used as a sort of ironic honorific by people who found his aggressive competitive style vaguely military in its organization, and then adopted with sufficient thoroughness that it became effectively his name. He signed letters as Commodore. He was addressed as Commodore. In a country without formal aristocratic titles, the informal honorific served a similar social function. It communicated, at the level of the greeting, that the person so addressed had achieved a position that could be recognized with something other than a plain Mister. Vanderbilt wore the title without evident self-consciousness, which was characteristic. He was not, by most accounts, a man who spent much time worrying about how he appeared. The Washington Place brownstone in this context was not modesty in any sentimental sense. It was simply the house he had bought and moved into when it met his requirements, and his requirements were not elaborate. He needed a place to sleep, eat, and conduct business from. He needed enough space for the household staff that a man of his position was expected to maintain. He needed proximity to Lower Manhattan's commercial district. The brownstone on Washington Place provided all of these things, and the question of whether it communicated his wealth and position in an architecturally appropriate way was not a question he appears to have spent any time considering. He communicated his wealth and position through his railroads. The house was where he kept his furniture. This is the aspect of Vanderbilt that subsequent generations found genuinely puzzling, because it contradicted the narrative of wealth as a display medium that the rest of his era was developing with such thoroughness. Here was a man who controlled more capital than almost anyone alive, in a period when wealthy men were constructing Gothic castles and marble retail palaces and Greek revival mansions visible from river traffic, and he was living in a brownstone that his more modestly successful neighbours could have afforded without particular strain. The explanation that contemporary observers sometimes offered was that he was simply cheap, which was both unfair and inaccurate. He spent money freely when he thought it was producing value. He just did not think that a more impressive house was producing value. His personal life during these decades was considerably more complicated than his domestic arrangement suggested. His first wife, Sophia Johnson, had married him in 1813 and borne him 13 children, a number that suggests the Washington Place brownstone may have been somewhat more crowded than its modest description implies. Sophia was, by several accounts, a woman of genuine patience and domestic competence, who managed the household and the children with a thoroughness that her husband's frequent and extended absences from home made necessary. She died in 1868, after 55 years of marriage, and Vanderbilt, who was 74 years old, possessed of $100 million and apparently not inclined to spend the remainder of his life in solitude, married Frank Crawford within the year. Frank was 40 years old and from Mobile, Alabama, which tells you something about how thoroughly the old regional divides had been reshuffled by a decade of war and commerce. She was widely credited by those who knew the couple with softening some of the sharper edges of a man who had spent 7 decades operating in a commercial environment that did not reward softness. The question of what Vanderbilt intended to happen to his fortune after his death was the subject of enormous public and private speculation in the years before his death, because the stakes were large enough that the outcome would substantially reshape the commercial landscape of the country. He had 13 children, and at the time of his death was estranged from most of them, for reasons that range from genuine personal conflict to simple, geographic distance, to the specific difficulty of maintaining close relationships with 12 siblings when you're all competing for the attention and favour of a father with $100 million. He left the overwhelming majority of the fortune, approximately $95 million of the 100, to his son William Henry, with smaller bequests to his other children and to charitable causes, including a significant gift to Vanderbilt University in Nashville that represented, in dollar terms, the most generous single philanthropic act of his life, and one that, characteristically, he made on practical rather than sentimental grounds, having been persuaded that a university in the South could help the sectional reconciliation that he thought was commercially important. His other children, predictably, contested the will. The legal proceedings that followed were a public spectacle of the kind that enormous contested estates reliably produce, full of family grievances, accusations of undue influence, testimony about the patriarch's mental capacity in his final years, and the specific miseries of wealthy families who have spent a long time organising themselves around the question of inheritance, and who now have to perform that organisation in front of a court reporter. The will was ultimately upheld substantially intact, because Vanderbilt had drafted it carefully, and because the evidence of mental incapacity that his disgruntled children were hoping to present turned out to be less convincing than they had hoped. William Henry received his $95 million and became, at a stroke, the wealthiest man in the world. William Henry Vanderbilt was, in temperament and personal style, approximately the opposite of his father, which made the relationship between them difficult for most of William Henry's adult life. Where Cornelius had been aggressive, profane, and publicly indifferent to social niceties, William Henry was careful, polite, and keenly aware of the social position that his family's wealth required him to maintain. He had managed his father's Staten Island farm before being given more significant business responsibilities, and his commercial intelligence, while genuine, operated more through careful management than through the predatory, competitive strategies that had made his father famous. He was by temperament a consolidator rather than a builder, excellent at running and improving what he had inherited, less inclined to the kind of aggressive expansion that had created the inheritance in the first place. What he built, instead of railroads, was houses. He commissioned the construction of twin mansions on Fifth Avenue in the early 1880s, adjoined brownstone and marble structures at 640 and 642 Fifth Avenue, that represented the first major public statement of the Vanderbilt family's social ambitions at the architectural scale. The interiors, designed by the Herter brothers firm with contributions from a small army of decorators, craftsmen, and artists, were executed at a level of elaborateness that contemporary observers found both astonishing and somewhat overwhelming. The entrance hall alone was described in a published account of the time in terms that suggest the author had run out of superlatives by the third paragraph. The houses were designed to be shown. The family hosted a series of public viewings after their completion that attracted crowds significant enough to require crowd management, and the showing was itself a statement. We are here, we are this wealthy, and we intend to remain. His decision to sell the majority of his railroad holdings shortly after assuming control of the Vanderbilt lines, reducing his railroad exposure from $95 million to somewhere around $40 million, with the remainder invested in more conservative instruments, was the most consequential commercial decision of his tenure, and one that attracted immediate criticism from people who thought he was dismantling what his father had built. The criticism was not entirely unfair. What William Henry was actually doing, understood in context, was recognizing that the specific kind of concentrated railroad ownership that had made his father's fortune was becoming politically untenable. The public and legislative anger at railroad monopoly power was growing in the early 1880s, and he correctly assessed that holding the kind of position his father had built was increasingly likely to attract regulatory action that could reduce its value substantially. Selling to distribute the risk across a larger investor base was, in this reading, prudent management rather than cowardice, though it is also true that William Henry was temperamentally more comfortable with a diversified bond portfolio than with the kind of concentrated commercial power his father had wielded, and that temperamental preference may have done as much work as strategic analysis in producing the decision. He died in 1885, 8 years after inheriting, leaving an estate of approximately $200 million larger than what he had received, because even conservative management of $100 million tends to produce growth that is significant in absolute terms. He left the bulk of this to his sons, with the specific distribution reflecting his assessment of each son's capabilities and needs that biographers have analysed in detail, and that the sons themselves received with the varied degrees of satisfaction that siblings receiving unequal inheritances typically demonstrate. The eldest son Cornelius, too, and his brother William Kissam received the largest shares, and both of them promptly demonstrated the pattern that Chapter 7 of this story described. They spent their inheritances on architecture. Cornelius too commissioned Hunt to build a massive chateau at Fifth Avenue and 57th Street that occupied a full city block and was, at the time of its completion, the largest private residence in New York City. William Kissam commissioned Hunt to build a different chateau at Fifth Avenue and 52nd Street that was the first of the great Fifth Avenue mansions to be built in a fully French Renaissance style, and that effectively set the architectural standard for what wealthy New Yorkers were expected to build for the following 2 decades. Both houses are gone, now demolished for commercial development in the early and mid-20th century, their sites occupied by buildings that generate considerably more revenue per square foot, but that do not, by any available aesthetic measure, improve upon what they replaced. The grandson George, whose Biltmore was introduced in the previous chapter as the terminal expression of this dynasty's architectural ambitions, represents the final stage of the arc that started in a Staten Island farmhouse in 1794. Cornelius I, whose commercial intelligence created the fortune, lived in a brownstone worth $50,000. His son William, who doubled the fortune through careful management, built 2 houses worth millions. His grandchildren built multiple houses, each worth millions, with staffing and maintenance costs that could have financed small municipal governments. And George, the youngest grandson, built a 250-room chateau in the mountains of North Carolina that was, in financial terms, a spectacular net destroyer of Vanderbilt wealth from the day of its completion. The operating costs of Biltmore, the staff, the maintenance, the grounds management across 8,000 acres of designed landscape consumed income that the estate itself could not generate. George lived there comfortably and died in 1914, leaving the property to his wife Edith and his daughter Cornelia. Edith subsequently sold a portion of the surrounding land to what became the Pisgah National Forest, a transaction that simultaneously reduced the estate's operating burden and preserved a significant landscape that might otherwise have been developed. Cornelia eventually transferred ownership to her son, who opened Biltmore to paying visitors in 1930 as the only commercially viable solution to the operating cost problem that had been accumulating since the estate's completion. It has been operating as a tourist attraction ever since, and it receives more than 1 million visitors a year, which would have astonished its builder and would have appalled him in equal measure. What made Vanderbilt's version of this pattern particularly instructive was the sheer speed of the trajectory. From $100 million in 1877 to Biltmore opening as a tourist attraction in 1930 is 53 years. The fortune that took a man's entire working life to create, starting from a $100 loan from his mother, was substantially redistributed within 2 generations of his death. Not lost, exactly the Vanderbilt name attached to the university in Nashville, to various institutional beneficiaries, to the houses that survive in their various converted forms, but transformed from concentrated commercial power into something more diffuse and more difficult to characterize simply. The brownstone on Washington Place is gone. The railroad empire was broken up and absorbed into larger systems long before the 20th century was over. The chateau in North Carolina charges admission and sells bourbon-flavored preserves in its gift shop, which is fine, and keeps the roof on, which is what matters. The man who started it all with a ferry and $100 would probably have found the whole trajectory bewildering, and would almost certainly have had a colourful observation about it that would not have been appropriate to record. He was, by all accounts, extremely fluent in that register. What he left behind, beyond the money and the buildings and the university and the institutional descendants, was a model of commercial competition that the next generation of American industrialists, the Rockefellers and Carnegies and Morgans, who are more commonly identified as the architects of the Gilded Age, studied with considerable attention. The railroad combination, the predatory entry strategy, the use of control over infrastructure to extract value from everyone dependent on that infrastructure. These were Vanderbilt's methods, developed across 40 years of steamboat competition before they were applied to railroads, and the men who built the oil trusts and the steel combines and the banking coalitions of the 1880s and 1890s were, in significant ways, working from a template he had laid down. They had advantages he had not: larger capital bases, more sophisticated financial instruments, and the lessons he had demonstrated about what worked and what did not. They also faced a regulatory environment that was beginning, slowly and imperfectly, to respond to the concentrated power he had helped create, which is one of the reasons why the Gilded Age fortunes, as large as they were, produced somewhat different outcomes than the era before them. But that is the subject of a later part of this story, and the path to it runs through the event that transformed the American commercial landscape more completely than anything Vanderbilt's railroads had managed: the Civil War, which did not merely redistribute wealth, but destroyed entire categories of it, while simultaneously creating conditions that made the remaining commercial fortunes larger and more concentrated than anything that had existed before. The Civil War's specific impact on the distribution of American wealth, which fortunes it destroyed, which it protected, and which it actively enlarged, is one of the less examined aspects of a conflict that is more commonly analysed in terms of its moral and political dimensions. Those dimensions were real and were primary. But the war was also the largest single economic event in American history up to that point, and its effects on private wealth were as consequential as its effects on everything else. Understanding those effects requires looking at what the war did to the Natchez fortunes described earlier in this story, and comparing it to what the war did to the railroad and commercial fortunes of the Northeast, a comparison that illuminates, as clearly as any single fact in this history, the difference between wealth built on a specific political arrangement and wealth built on something more durable. Vanderbilt's railroads during the war years transported Union troops and military supplies across a network that had been built for commercial traffic, but that proved perfectly suited to military logistics. The government paid for this service. The payments flowed to the railroads at rates that reflected the urgency of military need rather than peacetime commercial negotiation rates. In other words, that were favourable to the railroad operator. Vanderbilt's capital did not merely survive the war years. It grew substantially through them, because the war created an enormous and captive demand for exactly the service he was positioned to provide. This was not manipulation or war profiteering in any dramatic sense. It was simply the consequence of being in the right business at the right historical moment, which is a description that fits a significant portion of the great American fortunes regardless of era. The fortunes of the Natchez planters and factors, meanwhile, were undergoing the opposite process. The cotton that had funded 3 decades of architectural ambition was not moving through a market in 1863. The credit structures that had sustained the plantation system had collapsed. The currency of the Confederacy was moving toward worthlessness at a pace that anyone with economic literacy could observe in real time. The land that had been worth substantial amounts in 1860 would be worth a fraction of that by 1865, and the labour system that had made it productive at that value was being dismantled by the same war that was destroying the financial infrastructure of the region. The contrast is not subtle. One set of fortunes was built on assets, transportation infrastructure, commercial credit, real estate that retained their value through a political and military catastrophe. Another set of fortunes was built on an asset, the market value of a specific labour system, embedded in a specific political arrangement that did not merely decline in the catastrophe, but ceased to exist as a category of value entirely. The columns of the Natchez houses were still standing. The economic system that had built them was not. This distinction between durable and fragile wealth is one of the recurring themes of this entire story, and the Civil War is its most dramatic demonstration. Astor's Manhattan land survived. Vanderbilt's railroads survived and thrived. Stuart's retail business survived, though it would face different challenges in the years after the war. The cotton fortunes did not survive, not because the land itself disappeared, but because the value of that land had been inseparable from the labour system that worked it, and the labour system was gone. What came after the Gilded Age, with its even larger fortunes and its even more elaborate architectural expressions, was built partly on the foundations that the pre-war generation had established, and partly on the specific economic conditions that the war had created. A unified national market served by an expanded railroad network, enormous pools of industrial capital looking for deployment, and a federal government that had discovered during the war years that it could coordinate economic activity at national scale in ways that had not been attempted before. The men who would dominate that era, whose names are more familiar than most of the figures in this story, were in many cases young men in the 1860s, watching what was happening and preparing to act on what they observed. Carnegie was working as a secretary for a Pennsylvania railroad superintendent when the war started, and by its end had made his first significant investments in iron and steel. Rockefeller had started his first refinery in Cleveland in 1863. Morgan was beginning the banking career that would eventually give him more effective control over the American financial system than any elected official possessed. They were watching Vanderbilt manage his railroads through the war, and they were learning. The Civil War is remembered, correctly and primarily, as a moral reckoning, the event through which the country resolved, at enormous human cost, the question of whether human beings could be legally owned as property. That resolution was the war's central meaning and its most consequential outcome, and nothing else about it should be allowed to overshadow it. But the war was simultaneously the largest single financial event in American history up to that point, and its economic effects were as sweeping as its moral ones. Understanding who got richer and who got poorer, and by how much, and why, gives you a picture of the commercial world that emerged from the conflict that the purely political narrative leaves incomplete. The starting point for any honest accounting of the war's financial consequences is this. In 1860, the single largest category of private wealth in the southern states was not land, not cotton, not buildings or equipment or livestock. It was people. The market value assigned to enslaved human beings in the slave states was somewhere in the range of $3 billion, a figure that, measured against the total private wealth of the entire country, represented a genuinely staggering concentration. This was not simply an abstraction. It was collateral on loans, the basis of credit relationships, the primary asset on balance sheets, the foundation of the cotton economy's ability to finance itself through the gap between planting and harvest. When emancipation came, this entire category of wealth was abolished. Not devalued, not restructured, abolished. $3 billion of what the market had previously recognized as an asset ceased to exist as an asset category entirely. The speed of this transformation, measured in financial terms, was extraordinary. On the day that a Mississippi planter signed a loan agreement in 1859 with a New Orleans factor, using his enslaved workforce as collateral, both parties to that transaction were engaged in something that every available legal and commercial institution recognized as normal and enforceable. 3 years later, the collateral had no legal standing. The loan still existed. The collateral did not. The financial consequences of this for the planter, the factor, and the New Orleans bank behind the factor were severe, immediate, and largely unavoidable. The land that had supported these valuations followed a different trajectory, but not a more favorable one. Mississippi cotton land that had sold for approximately $100 per acre in 1860 was trading by the late 1860s at somewhere between $5 and $10 per acre if buyers could be found at all. The reasons were multiple. The productive capacity of the land had not changed, the soil was still fertile, the climate still suitable for cotton. What had changed was the labour system that made the land productive, the credit infrastructure that had financed the productive system, and the political environment that had sustained the whole arrangement. Remove those three things simultaneously, and the economic value of the land collapses to something approaching its agricultural baseline, what the land is worth if you can find people to work it voluntarily at market wages, which is a very different calculation from what it was worth when the labour cost was structured differently. The planters who had borrowed heavily against inflated land and labour valuations in the 1850s, and most of the significant Natchez fortunes involved substantial leverage, as described earlier, found themselves after the war holding assets worth a fraction of the loan secured against them. The debt remained. The value had evaporated. The credit markets that might have provided relief were themselves in no position to extend it, because the factors and banks that had provided the credit were working through their own version of the same problem. The financial collapse of the antebellum Southern economy was not gradual. It was, in the years immediately following the war, essentially total for the planting and factoring class. This is the context in which to understand the physical deterioration of the great plantation houses that began almost immediately after the war and continued for many properties through the rest of the 19th century and into the 20th. It was not neglect born of laziness or indifference. It was the inevitable consequence of maintaining expensive architecture on incomes that had been reduced to a fraction of their pre-war levels, in a regional economy that was struggling to reorganize itself around a fundamentally different set of economic relationships. Keeping the roof repaired on a house the size of Stanton Hall requires money that a cotton economy no longer organized around forced labor was not reliably generating for the families who had built these houses. The freedmen and freedwomen who had been the productive foundation of this economy faced their own extraordinarily difficult transition, compounded by the absence of the land redistribution that might have given them an economic foundation. The Reconstruction-era proposals for land redistribution, the 40 acres and a mule promise that was made and withdrawn would, if implemented, have transferred a significant portion of the devalued southern land to the people whose labour had created its value. That transfer did not happen, for political reasons that were themselves the product of the economic and social power relationships that the war had transformed but not eliminated. The land stayed largely with the people who had owned it before, now worth much less, worked now under sharecropping and tenant arrangements that were substantially more extractive than they needed to be, and that produced a persistent agricultural poverty across the Cotton South that lasted well into the 20th century. This outcome, the financial destruction of the planter class, without the creation of an alternative economic foundation for the freedmen, left the Southern cotton economy reorganized in ways that did not substantially benefit most of the people who lived within it. The planters lost their antebellum fortunes. The freedmen did not acquire the land that might have replaced the labor system's forced transfers with voluntary ones. The factors and banks lost the credit structures that had sustained their commercial operations. What emerged was not a more equitable distribution of the region's agricultural wealth, but a differently organized version of an extractive economy that continued to operate at lower productivity and with different mechanisms of extraction for several more generations. Meanwhile, in the Northeast, where Vanderbilt's railroads were running, and Astor's Manhattan land was continuing to appreciate, and Stuart's retail operations were supplying the wartime demand for goods that military mobilization was generating, the war years were, for the commercial fortunes of the northern commercial class, a period of significant growth. This is not a comfortable observation, but it is an accurate one, and understanding it is necessary to understanding why the Gilded Age fortunes that emerged in the war's aftermath were so much larger, in absolute terms, than anything that had existed before it. The federal government's wartime requirements were enormous and had to be met by whatever suppliers and service providers were available. Railroads carried troops and equipment. Textile mills ran at full capacity to supply uniforms. Banks provided the credit that financed the federal debt. Iron foundries produced the ordnance and equipment that the armies required. Merchants supplied the provisions. The people who owned these businesses during the war years were, in most cases, paid for their services at rates that reflected the government's urgent need rather than peacetime commercial margins. The profits were real and were large, and they were being generated by businesses that continued operating after the war ended, and that emerged from the conflict better capitalized and more experienced than they had entered it. The wealth transferred from the Southern planting class did not, of course, go directly into the pockets of Northeastern Railroad operators. The financial mechanism was more indirect. The destruction of Southern commercial wealth reduced the total pool of capital available in the American economy for a period, which meant that the commercial fortunes of the Northeast represented a larger share of remaining American private wealth than they had before the war. Vanderbilt's $100 million in 1877 was a larger fraction of total American private wealth than the same figure would have represented in 1860, simply because so much of what had counterbalanced it in the South had been destroyed. The pie had changed shape, and the Northeastern commercial class now occupied more of it. There was also a more direct mechanism. The physical assets of the Southern economy, land, buildings, equipment, were available after the war at prices that reflected the disaster that had overtaken their owners. Northern investors who had capital to deploy could acquire Southern assets at prices that represented, in some cases, a tiny fraction of their pre-war value. Some did, though the difficulties of operating in a post-war Southern economy were significant enough that many of these investments performed poorly. The more significant investment opportunity was in the expansion of the Northern commercial and industrial economy, which was growing rapidly on the back of wartime capacity expansion and the opening of new Western markets that the railroad network was making accessible. The specific numbers attached to the war's wealth redistribution effects are difficult to calculate with precision because the financial statistics available for the antebellum period are incomplete, particularly for the Southern states. But the general direction and approximate scale are clear enough for the purposes of this account. The war transferred something in the range of $2 to $3 billion of Southern commercial wealth into forms that were either destroyed entirely or substantially reduced in value, while simultaneously expanding the commercial and industrial wealth of the Northern states by amounts that, by the 1870s, had produced the conditions for the Gilded Age concentration of wealth that the next generation of American industrialists would exploit. Carnegie was watching iron production during the war years and learning about the economics of large-scale industrial production in ways that would shape his subsequent strategy in steel. Rockefeller was refining oil in Cleveland and learning about the economics of commodity processing in ways that would produce Standard Oil. Morgan was in banking and learning about the economics of capital allocation in ways that would eventually give him effective control over more industrial assets than any other single individual in American history. These men were building their knowledge and their initial capital positions during the war years, and the economic conditions the war created, the expanded industrial capacity, the enlarged national market, the reduced competition from Southern commercial capital, gave them a field to operate in that was substantially more favorable than what had existed before. The inheritance they received from the pre-war generation, the people whose stories have occupied this account up to this point, was not just money. It was a set of methods, strategies, and commercial templates that the war years had both validated and enlarged. Astor's model of buying undervalued assets and holding them through appreciation was as relevant to post-war industrial assets as it had been to Manhattan farmland. Vanderbilt's model of controlling infrastructure and extracting value from everyone dependent on it was directly applicable to steel rail production and oil pipeline networks. Stewart's model of building commercial scale through volume and standardization translated directly into the industrial production methods that Carnegie would apply to steel. The specific industries were new, the underlying commercial logic was not. The war also changed the political environment in ways that would shape how these fortunes were built. The federal government that emerged from the war was substantially larger, more administratively capable, and more willing to engage with economic policy at national scale than the antebellum government had been. It had issued the first national currency, established the first national banking system, funded the transcontinental railroad through land grants and bond guarantees, and demonstrated that it could organize and finance activities at a scale that had previously been impossible within the fragmented commercial and political structure of the pre-war republic. The relationship between large commercial enterprises and the federal government that characterized the Gilded Age, the land grants, the protective tariffs, the regulatory environment that favored established industrial enterprises, was made possible by the administrative expansion that the war had necessitated and that peacetime did not entirely reverse. All of this provides the economic and structural context for understanding the social world that developed in the aftermath. The specific New York society that defined itself against the new industrial fortunes, that attempted to maintain distinctions between old and new money in a period when the differences between them were becoming harder to sustain, and that produced, in its efforts at social definition, some of the more entertaining social theatre in American history. The Caroline Astor period of New York social life is sometimes presented primarily as gossip and social comedy: who was invited, who was snubbed, who waited years for a calling card and finally received one. But the social machinery she operated was performing a genuinely serious function. It was managing the transition from one commercial era to another, deciding which of the new fortunes would be recognized as legitimate members of an established social class, and doing so through mechanisms that were, in their way, as precisely designed as any commercial enterprise. Caroline Webster Schermerhorn was born in 1830 into a Dutch-descended New York merchant family, with sufficient social standing and sufficient absence of spectacular commercial achievement to make her what the period would have called well-connected without being particularly wealthy. She married William Backhouse Astor Jr. in 1853, which positioned her at the intersection of the city's most established commercial dynasty and its most careful social architecture. The Astor fortune by the 1850s was sufficiently settled that it had acquired the quality that new money specifically lacks, and that old money spends considerable effort cultivating: the appearance of having always existed. 3 generations of careful Manhattan real estate management had converted the original German immigrants' driving commercial ambition into a stable, apparently permanent endowment. The family name was on a library. The fortune was respectable. The social position, while real, was still not quite what Caroline Astor intended it to be. What she intended it to be, and what she spent the next 3 decades creating, was something closer to an American equivalent of the European aristocratic social hierarchy, a defined, bounded, socially recognized upper class with clear membership criteria, acknowledged internal rankings, and the authority to determine who was and who was not a legitimate member. This was, as noted, not officially supposed to exist in America. The Republic had rejected hereditary hierarchy, but the rejection of formal titles did not prevent the development of informal social stratification, and the post-Civil War period, with its enormous new industrial fortunes seeking social recognition, alongside the established commercial families, made the question of who belonged to what social class more urgent than it had been in the more settled antebellum period. Caroline Astor's answer to this question was her ballroom. The formal rooms of her house on 34th Street, which she occupied after her husband built her a more substantial establishment there in the early 1870s, could accommodate, when arranged for a large formal reception, approximately 400 guests. Whether she consciously designed the room to this capacity to define the social elite, or whether the capacity happened to match the size she had in mind for the elite, and the two facts subsequently became fused in social legend, is a question that the historical record does not definitively resolve. What matters is the outcome. 400 guests became, through the social arithmetic of her advisors and the general acceptance of the figure by New York society, the acknowledged size of New York's legitimate social upper class. The man who crystallized this formulation and gave it the name that it carried into popular culture was Ward McAllister, who had attached himself to Caroline Astor in the 1870s as a combination of social secretary, event organizer, and self-appointed chronicler of New York upper-class life. McAllister was a Georgia-born lawyer who had decided that organizing social events for the wealthy was a more congenial occupation than practicing law, and he had the specific social intelligence required to be genuinely useful to someone in Caroline Astor's position. He knew who was who, understood the nuances of social ranking, and could navigate the competing claims of various families to social recognition with a diplomatic precision that she found valuable. He also had a talent for publicity, for making the activities of New York society interesting to a broader public that helped establish the social world he was managing as a subject of national fascination rather than merely local gossip. The term he popularized, the 400, as the recognized elite of New York society came to be known, had a clarity and a finality that other social designations lacked. There were not 420 people of social standing in New York. There were 400. The precision of the number communicated that membership was a definite condition, rather than a gradation you were in or you were not, and the person who determined this was, ultimately, Mrs. Astor, whose acceptance or non-acceptance of a family's social claims was the definitive standard against which all other signals were measured. The Vanderbilt family's experience with this system illustrates how it worked in practice, and why people with $50 million found it worth their attention. The Vanderbilt money, as established, was real and enormous. The Vanderbilt social position, as of the early 1870s, was genuinely uncertain by the standards that Caroline Astor was applying. The Commodore had lived in a brownstone and sworn freely and made his money in ways that were too recent and too visibly aggressive to have acquired the soft focus of respectability. His son William Henry was more careful in his personal conduct, but had not yet translated his architectural ambitions into social recognition. The Vanderbilts were, by Caroline Astor's assessment, not quite suitable company, which was a position that they were capable of maintaining for precisely as long as the person making the assessment retained the social authority to make it stick. The resolution of this particular social standoff came, as many social standoffs do, through a combination of patience, tactical maneuvering, and architecture. Alva Vanderbilt, the wife of William Kissam. Vanderbilt, one of William Henry's sons, managed the family's social campaign with a strategic intelligence that was, in its own domain, comparable to what her father-in-law was applying to railroad consolidation. She commissioned Hunt to build the Fifth Avenue chateau described in the previous chapter, and she organized a housewarming costume ball in 1883 that was, in terms of its scale and elaborateness, and the social attention it generated, the single most discussed social event in New York in years. The ball cost approximately $200,000 to stage, which was a perfectly calibrated investment in social positioning, rather than an example of reckless extravagance, because what it purchased Caroline Astor's attendance was worth considerably more than $200,000 to the Vanderbilt family's social campaign. Caroline Astor did not come to the ball immediately or easily. She came because her daughter wanted to come, and her daughter wanted to come because Alva Vanderbilt had arranged for the invitations to be issued with a precision that left Caroline Astor's daughter's social prospects essentially dependent on whether her mother agreed to call on Alva Vanderbilt and receive a reciprocal call. The social mechanics here were intricate enough to suggest that Alva had thought through her strategy rather thoroughly. The result was that Caroline Astor left her calling card at Alva Vanderbilt's house, Alva returned the call, the daughter received her invitation to the ball, and the Vanderbilts were, from that point, members of New York's 400 in good standing. The whole negotiation had taken years and had been conducted entirely through the medium of social calls, invitations, and the strategic management of whose house got visited in what order. This episode is sometimes told as a comedy of manners, rich people taking social hierarchies more seriously than the hierarchies deserved, and there is certainly a comic dimension to it. But the social hierarchy that Caroline Astor was managing was performing a real function. The post-Civil War period had produced an enormous influx of new money into New York society: industrial fortunes, war contractor fortunes, speculative fortunes built on the expansion of the railroad and commodity markets, and the social machinery of the 400 was one of the mechanisms through which this influx was being managed. Not everyone with money was going to be recognized as a legitimate member of the social class that the old commercial families had built over 3 generations, and the criteria for recognition involved something beyond the simple possession of sufficient funds. The criteria were, in essence, the criteria that every established social class develops when it faces the challenge of new money-seeking entry, evidence of refinement, of the right kind of cultural cultivation, of the ability to behave correctly in settings where the rules were understood by insiders and not entirely transparent to outsiders, knowing how to give a dinner party at the required standard, knowing how to dress, knowing how to move through the specific social calendar Newport in summer, New York in winter, Europe on occasion that defined membership. These things could be learned and could be acquired, but they required time and instruction and a willingness to perform them consistently, and the process of acquiring them was itself a form of social auditing that filtered out applicants who were serious about membership from those who merely wanted access to specific people. The hotel war that eventually provided the most architectural expression of the tensions within this social world began when a nephew of Carolyn Astor, William Waldorf Astor, who had inherited a substantial portion of the family fortune and who had developed a thorough personal dislike of his aunt, decided to tear down his portion of the family property on 34th Street and build a hotel on the site. The property in question was directly adjacent to Caroline Astor's house, which meant that whatever William Waldorf built on his portion would be literally next door to the house where she had reigned for 2 decades as the unquestioned social authority of New York. He built the Waldorf Hotel, which opened in 1893, and which was designed with a thoroughness that suggested the architect had been given a clear brief. Make this extremely nice, make it very tall, and make it impossible to ignore from the windows of the house next door. Caroline Astor's response was, by any standard, magnificent. Rather than attempting to shame her nephew into a less provocative building program, which would have been both undignified and ineffective, she had her own house demolished and replaced with a new hotel, the Astoria, which was built immediately adjacent to the Waldorf and which, through the simple mechanism of physical proximity, converted the 2 buildings into a single enterprise. The Waldorf Astoria, which opened in 1897 as a combined operation, was the largest hotel in the world at its opening, and the combination that produced it had begun as a family dispute between a woman who controlled New York's social calendar and a nephew who had decided to make her domestic arrangements commercially inconvenient. What started as a personal feud ended as one of the most famous hotels in American history. This is, if nothing else, an interesting way to process a family disagreement. Caroline Astor herself had moved uptown before the hotels opened, to a new mansion on Fifth Avenue at 65th Street that was large enough to contain a ballroom capable of expanding the 400 to a somewhat more capacious figure, though the 400 as a concept remained fixed regardless of the physical capacity of the room that had given it its name. She continued to preside over New York society through the 1890s, with diminishing energy and increasing reliance on Ward McAllister, and, after McAllister's death in 1895, on other advisors who could manage the social machinery she had built. By the early 1900s, her health was declining, her mental clarity was intermittently reduced, and the social world she had organized was changing around her in ways that her diminishing capacity to engage with it made harder to manage. She died in 1908 at the approximate age of 78, and the obituaries that her death generated were sufficiently extensive and sufficiently respectful to confirm that whatever she had been doing for 30 years, a great many people had taken it seriously. The specific social hierarchy she had maintained did not survive her death intact, partly because the social conditions that had made it possible were changing, and partly because no one who succeeded her had quite the same combination of social authority and institutional position to enforce its standards. The 400 as a concept persisted in popular culture long after the specific social machine that had generated it ceased to function, which is how most social mythologies work. What she had actually accomplished, understood in the context of this story, was the construction of one of the first systematic mechanisms for converting commercial wealth into social legitimacy in American history. The process she managed the years of calls and invitations and snubs and eventual acceptance, the carefully calibrated guest lists, the elaborate rituals of Newport summers and Fifth Avenue winters was, in its own way, as important to the organization of American social life as the commercial innovations that had created the wealth she was sorting. Someone had to decide how new money became old money. In post-Civil War New York for about 3 decades, that someone was Caroline Astor, and she performed the function with a thoroughness and a consistency that left a more durable mark on the social organization of American upper-class life than most of her contemporaries recognized at the time. The men who made the money Astor I, Vanderbilt, Stewart, the Natchez planters, the younger industrialists beginning their climbs, were engaged in the project of accumulation. She was engaged in the equally consequential project of legitimization, the transformation of commercial success into social standing, of new money into something that could be recognized as having always belonged. This project required its own specific intelligence, its own strategic patience, and its own willingness to operate with a consistency that other people found either admirable or bewildering. In this sense, she was a direct heir to the first Astor's approach, applied to a different kind of asset in a different kind of market. He had bought Manhattan farms before anyone else understood what they would be worth. She had built a social institution before anyone else understood what it would do. Both of them, in their different ways, saw something before the market caught up and acted on it decisively. The 400's ballroom, and the Manhattan farmland, and the ferry between Staten Island and the Battery, and the marble retail palace on Broadway were all, in the end, expressions of the same underlying American story. The story of people who arrived with nothing, or with very little, in a country that had not yet decided what it was going to be, and who shaped it commercially, architecturally, socially, in ways that outlasted them, and that the country was still living inside of long after the people responsible had become names on library buildings and hotel fronts. The social machinery that Caroline Astor built was also, in a less examined way, a response to a specific anxiety that the post-war period had intensified, the fear that American commercial success, left entirely to its own devices, would produce a social order with no stable organizing principles at all. The antebellum period had had the plantation aristocracy of the South as one organizing pole of American social hierarchy, and the commercial families of the northeastern cities as another. The war had destroyed the first and left the second as the sole surviving reference point for what American social distinction looked like. Into this vacuum rushed the new industrial money, seeking recognition and position, and the social machinery of the 400 was, among other things, a mechanism for managing that rush in ways that maintained some principle of order, however arbitrary its specific criteria, against the alternative of pure commercial meritocracy, in which whoever had the most money at any given moment was automatically the most socially prominent. The tension between these two principles, social hierarchy, organized around something other than current wealth, versus social standing as a direct expression of commercial success, was the defining social drama of the Gilded Age, and Caroline Astor's career was its most complete theatrical expression. She lost, ultimately, in the sense that the social world of the early 20th century was considerably more permeable to new money than the 400 had been in its prime years. But she held the line for a remarkably long time, and the mechanisms she developed, the seasonal social calendar, the elaborate ritual of calls and countercalls, the specific social institutions of Newport and Fifth Avenue, left permanent imprints on the organization of American upper-class life that persisted well into the century after her death. The physical remnants of this world are scattered and partial, as are the remnants of all the worlds described in this story. The original Astor House on 34th Street, where the ballroom held its 400 and the 400 was defined, is gone. The Waldorf Astoria that replaced it is itself gone demolished in 1929 to make way for the Empire State Building, which was at the time of its construction the tallest building in the world and which is today a tourist destination in its own right, as the Biltmore is a tourist destination in North Carolina. The new Waldorf Astoria, built at Park Avenue in 1931, carries the name and some of the institutional memory of its predecessor, without the specific social world that had given the original its meaning. The Newport Cottages, which is what the summer houses of the 400 were called, in one of the period's more impressive exercises in understatement, survive in varying states of preservation, some maintained as house museums, some converted to institutional uses, a few still in private hands. What does not survive, at least not in physical form, is the specific social world that connected all these places and gave them their meaning, the network of relationships and obligations and carefully maintained hierarchies that made a house in Newport more than a house and a ballroom in Manhattan, more than a room for dancing. This world existed entirely in the practices and memories of the people who inhabited it, and when those people were gone, the world went with them, leaving the buildings as evidence of something that requires historical reconstruction to understand, and that the buildings alone cannot explain. This is true, in various ways, of every world described in this story. The fur trading network that Astor built across a continent survived him only in the form of geographical names and the changed landscape of animal populations. The retail innovation that Stewart introduced survives in the structure of every department store in the world without attribution. The cotton fortunes of Natchez survive in the architecture that still stands and the historical record of the families that built it. The railroad network that Vanderbilt assembled survives in the physical infrastructure of the Northeast Rail Corridor. And the social order that Caroline Astor maintained survives in the cultural memory of a New York that no longer exists, but that continues to be referenced in novels, films, and historical accounts as shorthand for a specific kind of American social ambition. Together, these survivals and absences constitute the record of the era that preceded the Gilded Age, the forgotten generation of American wealth, whose commercial innovations, social experiments, and architectural ambitions created the conditions that the more famous barons of the later period inherited and scaled up. The story of that inheritance, and of how the methods and patterns established in the earlier period were applied at the larger scale that the post-war industrial economy made possible, is where this history goes next. The question of which buildings survive and which do not is, on the surface, a question of structural engineering, maintenance budgets, and the specific hazards of fire, flood, and human decision-making. On a deeper level, it is a question about which stories a society decides are worth the cost of preserving the physical evidence for. The two questions are related but not identical, and the gap between them is where most of the genuinely interesting history of architectural survival tends to live. Take Belle Grove, which was, in the early 1850s, arguably the grandest plantation house in Louisiana. It sat on the west bank of the Mississippi River in St. James Parish, a two-story Greek Revival structure with a colonnade of massive Doric columns that ran the full width of the facade, the kind of building that makes you understand, immediately and viscerally, what antebellum Louisiana cotton money thought it was worth. It burned in 1852, the fire starting in the kitchen, as fires in antebellum plantation houses frequently did, and spreading with the speed that wooden structures built before modern fire suppression tend to burn. Nobody famous owned it at the time. Nobody with sufficient capital or institutional connection was in a position to rebuild it at equivalent scale. The site was eventually cleared, and what had been one of the most ambitious pieces of domestic architecture in the Mississippi Valley became a field. Windsor, in Claiborne County, Mississippi, had a somewhat longer trajectory before its end. Built in the late 1850s by Smith Coffee Daniel II, who had the kind of name that suggests his family had been naming children with a certain ambitious whimsy for several generations, Windsor rose to 5 stories and was surrounded by 23 Corinthian columns, each 45 feet tall, that could be seen from the Mississippi River on clear days. It was one of the most structurally ambitious antebellum plantation houses in the state. Daniel himself died before its completion, which was becoming a recognizable pattern in this category of building project. The house survived the Civil War. It served briefly as a Union observation post, which is probably not what its builder had in mind, and continued to be occupied and maintained through the decades of post-war economic difficulty that reduced the circumstances of most Mississippi plantation families. It burned in 1890, 30 years after the war, during a party, a carelessly discarded cigarette or pipe by most accounts. 23 Corinthian columns, 5 stories, approximately 1 ton of architectural ambition, and a guest who was not paying close attention to where they left their smoking material. All that remained were the columns themselves, which are still standing because columns made of brick and plaster are considerably more fire-resistant than the wooden floors and roof structure they once supported, and which now constitute one of the more photogenic ruins in Mississippi, visited by people who find picturesque decay a more aesthetically satisfying experience than a fully intact building would provide. This is not a judgment. Ruins are genuinely interesting. It is simply an observation about how historical contingency works. The story of what survived from the era described in this account is, in most cases, not a story about the best examples being preserved and the lesser ones lost. It is a story about the specific intersection of financial resources, institutional interest, personal commitment, and geographic accident that determined, at various crisis points, whether a given building received the investment needed to keep it standing. Stanton Hall in Natchez. Frederick Stanton's 8-year project occupied for 9 months survived, because a series of subsequent owners maintained it, because Natchez as a city developed a preservation culture relatively early, and because the Pilgrimage Garden Club acquired the property in the mid-20th century and undertook the restoration work that brought it to the condition in which it now receives visitors. If any of those contingencies had been different, a different subsequent owner, a different institutional interest in the city, a fire in the 1920s when nobody had money for restoration, Stanton Hall would be as gone as Belgrove. Lyndhurst, the Gothic castle on the Hudson that William Paulding commissioned and his neighbours called a folly, survived because it passed through a succession of wealthy owners, the merchant George Merritt, who expanded it significantly in the 1860s, and then the railroad financier Jay Gould, who bought it in 1880, and whose family maintained it until his daughter Helen Gould Shepherd donated it to the National Trust for Historic Preservation in 1964. The National Trust, which is one of the more consequential institutional inventions in the history of American architectural preservation, then undertook the restoration work that brought the house to its current condition and keeps it there. Without Jay Gould's purchase, without Helen's donation, without the National Trust's existence, Lyndhurst would most likely have been sold in pieces in the mid-20th century, as many Hudson River estates were, and eventually demolished for the residential development that consumed most of the lower Hudson Valley in the post-war period. The Empire State Building stands on the site where Alexander Stewart's Fifth Avenue mansion stood, then the Astor Hotel complex, then the original Waldorf Astoria. This geological layering of commercial development, one generation's monument becoming the next generation's demolition project, is the standard trajectory for real estate in a commercially successful city, and it is entirely consistent with the logic of asset appreciation that Astor himself had pioneered. The land under the Empire State Building is worth vastly more per square foot than any mansion could justify, which means that the commercial logic Astor established for Manhattan applies directly to the fate of his descendants' architectural ambitions. He would have found this perfectly sensible. The building that was torn down to put up the Empire State Building was, after all, not returning sufficient income on the underlying asset. He would have torn it down too. This particular form of architectural loss, not fire, not neglect, not disaster, but simple commercial obsolescence, is the most prevalent kind in the urban record and the least mourned, because it follows such a legible logic. The mansion becomes a hotel, the hotel becomes a more lucrative commercial building, the commercial building becomes a still more lucrative skyscraper. Each step makes financial sense and destroys something architecturally significant, and the process is continuous and essentially unstoppable in any city where land values are rising. The buildings that survive in commercially successful cities are, almost by definition, either in institutions with sufficient resources to hold property against commercial pressure, or on sites where the commercial logic has not yet caught up with the architectural value. The race between these two forces determines the urban record that any given era bequeaths to the next. The rural and suburban buildings have a different survival profile. Biltmore survived because George Vanderbilt's heirs opened it to the public and built a commercial operation sufficient to sustain its operating costs. The solution, as noted, that its builder would have found unimaginable, and that the accountants would have recommended from the first year of operation. Stanton Hall survived through institutional acquisition. The plantation houses of the Natchez district that still stand today survived through a combination of continuous family ownership, the specific preservation culture of a city that made tourism around its antebellum architecture a significant element of its economy, and the sheer geographical good fortune of being in a city that was not bombed, burned, or extensively redeveloped during any of the periods when such things were happening to other American cities. What this means, practically, is that the physical record of the era described in this story is a highly biased sample of what once existed. The surviving buildings are, with some exceptions, the buildings that were either attached to significant institutional resources, located in cities with strong preservation cultures, or sufficiently famous during their lifetimes to attract the ongoing attention that saves buildings from the various fates that claim less prominent examples. The ordinary houses, the modest mansions, the buildings that were significant in their time but not famous enough to generate documentary interest or institutional protection, these are almost entirely gone, and the record of the era is correspondingly incomplete. The inventory of what is missing from this account because it burned or collapsed or was demolished before anyone thought to document it is necessarily speculative. But some specifics are recoverable from the historical record and are worth noting because they give a sense of what the full picture might have looked like. John Jacob Astor, Fawes House, at 840 Fifth Avenue, The Beaux-Arts mansion that the great-grandson built to match the social position his inheritance had made possible was demolished in the 1920s. The site is now occupied by an apartment building. The brownstone that the original Astor lived in on Lafayette Street is long gone, part of the lower Manhattan development that his own real estate logic helped make inevitable. The Astor Library building on Lafayette Street, which was the first Astor's philanthropic legacy to the city, still stands, now converted to the public theatre, one of the more satisfying examples of adaptive reuse in the Manhattan record. Stewart's Retail Palace, the 1862 Broadway building that was the largest department store in the world at the time of its construction, still stands on Broadway between 9th and 10th Streets, its cast-iron facade largely intact, now converted to residential lofts. The marble palace that preceded it is gone, its site occupied by various commercial buildings that have come and gone in the century and a half since its demolition. Stewart's Fifth Avenue mansion, where he and Cornelia lived during the years of his commercial peak, was demolished after his death, and, as previously noted, the Empire State Building now occupies its former site as part of the block-level redevelopment that erased most of the original Fifth Avenue residential fabric below 59th Street. The Vanderbilt houses on Fifth Avenue, the twin mansions at 640 and 642 that William Henry commissioned, the chateau that William Kissam built at 52nd Street, the larger chateau that Cornelius too built at 57th are all gone, demolished between 1925 and 1946 as commercial development moved steadily north on Fifth Avenue, and the residential logic that had governed the street gave way to the retail and office logic that governs it now. Biltmore, by contrast, stands in essentially its original condition in Asheville, protected partly by its rural location and partly by its status as a commercial heritage operation. The Newport Cottages Marble House, the Breakers, Chateau-sur-Mer survive as house museums operated by the Preservation Society of Newport County, which has been maintaining them since the 1940s and which deserves significant credit for the survival of what would otherwise have been a nearly complete loss. The great-grandson of the original Astor, John Jacob Astor IV, who has appeared in this account at its opening as a figure of biographical significance, died in the North Atlantic in April of 1912, aboard the Titanic, with a gold watch in his pocket that was recovered with his body by the cable ship Mackay Bennett. He had been returning from an extended trip to Egypt with his second wife, Madeline, who was 5 months pregnant and who survived in a lifeboat while her husband went down with the ship at 47 years old. His estate was valued at approximately $87 million, making him one of the wealthiest victims of the disaster and, at the time of his death, one of the wealthiest people in the world. The watch was identified by the monogram JJA engraved on its case. It was returned to the family and eventually sold at auction decades later for a sum sufficient to confirm that the Astor name still carried commercial value even in the form of a pocket watch recovered from the bottom of the Atlantic. The specific detail of the gold watch is one of those historical facts that accumulates symbolic weight almost against its will. A man whose fortune had been created by a German immigrant with $7 and a few flutes, 4 generations removed from that beginning, going down in the most famous maritime disaster in history with a monogrammed gold watch in his pocket. The watch survived. He did not. The fortune survived him, distributed among heirs and institutional beneficiaries, continuing to generate income from Manhattan real estate that the original Astor had bought as mudflats. The watch is the kind of physical object that museums love, and that historians sometimes wish they could talk about less, because its symbolic availability tends to draw attention away from the more complicated and more interesting story it represents. That story, the 4-generation arc from Waldorf to the North Atlantic, from $7 to $87 million, from fur trading to being a passenger on someone else's ship, is the complete version of the Astor trajectory. But it is also, in a more general sense, the complete version of the trajectory described throughout this account. The people who built the first great American fortunes arrived in various conditions of relative poverty or modest means, applied specific commercial intelligences to specific opportunities in a specific historical moment, built concentrations of wealth that were, at their peaks, genuinely staggering, and then handed those concentrations to successors who used them in ways that the founders would not always have recognized and did not always approve of. What the founders left behind was not primarily the wealth itself, since wealth transferred across generations tends to dissipate in ways that even the most carefully designed estate structures cannot fully prevent. What they left behind was the commercial knowledge, the specific understanding of how American capitalism worked, what it rewarded, and how to position yourself to capture those rewards that the next generation of American industrialists inherited and applied at larger scale. Carnegie arrived in America in 1848, the year Astor died, as a 13-year-old Scottish immigrant with no money and no connections. He was, in other words, in approximately the position that Astor had been in 64 years earlier, a young immigrant with nothing but intelligence, energy, and the specific advantage of being in America rather than anywhere else. He watched how the railroad business worked from the inside, starting as a telegraph boy, and moving through the organizational structure of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and he applied what he observed about the economics of large-scale industrial enterprise to the steel industry with a thoroughness that produced, by the time he sold Carnegie Steel to J.P. Morgan in 1901, the largest single private transaction in American history up to that point. The price was approximately $480 million, which would make it one of the largest transactions in history by any measure, and it made Carnegie the richest private individual in the world at the moment of its completion. But Carnegie had not invented the template he was following. The insight that controlling the key inputs to an industrial process gives you leverage over everyone dependent on that process, the coal, the coke, the ore, the rail connections, the finishing mills, was precisely the insight that Vanderbilt had applied to transportation infrastructure, and that Astor had applied, in a different register, to the Manhattan land market. Control the thing that everyone else needs to get where they are going, and collect the premium. Carnegie applied this to steel production with a vertical integration that would have been recognizable to anyone who had studied Vanderbilt's railroad strategy. He did not need to have studied it specifically. The principle was in the commercial air of post-Civil War America, available to anyone with the intelligence to observe how the successful enterprises of the previous generation had been organized. Rockefeller's Standard Oil followed the same structural logic applied to petroleum refining. The insight was not primarily about oil was simply the commodity that happened to be available in large enough quantities and with sufficient price volatility to reward the kind of control that Rockefeller was building. The insight was about infrastructure control. Whoever controlled the pipelines and the refining capacity through which oil moved from production to market controlled the whole system, because producers and consumers were both dependent on those intermediate steps and could be charged accordingly. This is the Vanderbilt Railroad logic in a different commodity. It is also, at a deeper level, the Astor real estate logic. Buy the thing that everyone else has to use to get where they are going, and you don't need to do the getting there yourself. Morgan's version of these principles operated at the level of capital itself rather than in any specific commodity or infrastructure category. Where Astor had controlled Manhattan land, Vanderbilt had controlled rail routes, and Rockefeller had controlled refining capacity, Morgan controlled the allocation of the capital that financed all of these enterprises. His position as the dominant figure in American investment banking gave him leverage over the industrial combinations he helped organize the U.S. Steel Corporation that he assembled from Carnegie's enterprise and its competitors, the railroad reorganizations of the 1890s, the insurance and banking structures that he coordinated, that was in some ways more fundamental than the leverage of the industrialists themselves, because capital is the prior requirement for every other kind of enterprise. This too had precedence in the earlier generation. Astor's ability to finance his Manhattan land purchases through the income from his China trade, at a moment when other potential buyers lacked either the capital or the patience to make the same investments, was a form of capital allocation advantage that operated on the same principle as Morgan's later banking operations, if at a very different scale. The person who has more capital than others in a capital-scarce environment can purchase assets at distressed prices, fund enterprises that undercapitalized competitors cannot, and structure transactions in ways that reflect the power asymmetry between the party with capital and the party without it. This principle does not depend on any specific industry or any specific historical period. It is the foundational logic of concentrated capital in any market, and the people described in this account were among its first systematic practitioners in the American context. What distinguished the Gilded Age industrialists from their predecessors was not the discovery of new commercial principles, but the application of established principles at a scale that the earlier period had not made possible. The industrial infrastructure built during and after the Civil War, the expanded railroad network, the steel mills, the oil fields, the telegraph system that connected them all created a continental market of a size that the antebellum economy had not achieved. Operating at that scale required capital pools that dwarfed anything the pre-war commercial world had assembled. Institutional structures that could manage enterprises employing thousands or tens of thousands of people, and financial instruments sophisticated enough to allocate capital across a national economy in real time. The Gilded Age industrialists developed and deployed all of these, but the commercial logic they were applying had been worked out by the generation before them. The forgotten era that preceded the Gilded Age is forgotten partly for the same reason that most foundational work is underappreciated. It produced results that later generations inherited and took for granted without examining their origins. The fixed-price retail environment that Stewart established is so universal today that it requires historical imagination to understand what it replaced. The land appreciation strategy that Astor pioneered produced a real estate market in Manhattan that has been operating on his logic for 2 centuries without most of the people operating within it being aware of the precedent. Vanderbilt's infrastructure control logic is recognizable in every dominant technology platform of the modern economy. The companies that own the pipes through which digital commerce flows are applying a version of his strategy to a different infrastructure in a different century. The commercial methods of the forgotten generation did not stay forgotten in practice. They became the water that subsequent commercial generations swam in, invisible because they were everywhere. The buildings that survive from this era are the physical evidence of what these methods produced at their peak, the concentrated wealth finding its expression in architecture that was designed to last. Some of that architecture lasted. The Biltmore charges admission, and the Breakers runs Christmas tours, and Stanton Hall hosts weddings, and Lyndhurst is open on weekends when the weather is agreeable. And in each of these places you can walk through rooms that were built by people who expected them to last for centuries, and who turned out to be roughly correct, at least about the rooms, if not about the world those rooms were meant to anchor. The world those rooms were meant to anchor is gone. The cotton economy ended. The particular social hierarchy of Caroline Astor's 400 dissolved into the more fluid social arrangements of the 20th century. The Vanderbilt Railroad empire was broken into pieces by antitrust action and corporate consolidation, and eventually absorbed into the institutional infrastructure of the modern transportation system. The Astor Manhattan real estate holdings, managed for 4 generations after the original founder's death, were eventually sold off in the mid-20th century. The family's connection to the city's real estate market finally severed some 150 years after the first farm was purchased. What remains, besides the buildings, is the pattern, the recurring demonstration that the people who get there first, who understand the value of something before others do, and act on that understanding with patience and consistency, tend to accumulate disproportionate shares of the wealth that the thing eventually generates. This is not a moral or a political claim. It is an observation about how commercial advantage tends to compound, an observation that was available to anyone watching how Astor managed his Manhattan land, how Vanderbilt managed his transportation routes, how Stewart managed his retail relationships, or how Caroline Astor managed her social machinery. The observation was available. Most people did not act on it with sufficient scale, patience, or consistency to produce the results that these particular individuals produced. The ones who did left behind the record described in this account. The fire in Natchez that opened this story destroyed one of the last physical witnesses to that founding moment. The ash that was left behind is, in a way, more instructive than the intact building would have been. Wealth burns. Institutions endure imperfectly and unevenly because people decide at specific moments that they are worth the cost of preservation. The methods, the strategies, the commercial logic these endure more completely than any building because they were never made of wood. They were made of the specific understanding of how value is created, transferred, and accumulated, and that understanding does not burn, it compounds. And now, wherever in the world you are, whatever time it is on your side of the map, good night. Sleep well, and if you find yourself dreaming about Manhattan farmland prices in 1799, you'll know why. The specific question of how history decides what is worth remembering, which the inventory of losses raises, is worth addressing directly before this account closes, because it applies not just to buildings but to the people and the stories described throughout. The standard historical narrative of American commercial development has, for most of the 20th century, begun effectively with the Gilded Age with Rockefeller and Carnegie and Morgan, the figures whose names appear on universities and concert halls, and whose biographies have been written and rewritten by each successive generation of historians. The generation before them, Astor, Vanderbilt, Stewart, the Natchez planters, Caroline Astor, appears in this standard narrative as context and background, if it appears at all, because the scale of what came after them made their achievements seem relatively modest. This is understandable, but misleading. Scale is not the only measure of historical significance, and the people who established the commercial templates that later generations applied at larger scale deserve more analytical attention than the conventional narrative gives them. The reason they receive less is at least partly structural. The Gilded Age industrialists left behind more institutional traces, more buildings still standing, more universities still operating, more foundations still distributing grants, and those institutional traces create constituencies with interests in maintaining the prominence of the founding figures. Carnegie's name is on 4,000 libraries, Rockefeller's name is on a university, Morgan's name is on a museum. These institutions have reasons to keep their founders prominent in the public memory. The generation before had fewer of these institutional anchors, and their prominence in public memory has declined accordingly. Astor did leave the library, which became the New York Public Library, and which is one of the most used public institutions in the world. Stewart left behind a retail model used in every shopping environment on Earth. Vanderbilt left his university and his railroad infrastructure. But the direct connection between these figures and their legacies is, in most cases, less maintained in public consciousness than the connection between the Gilded Age figures and theirs. This is partly because the generations intervening between the founders and the present are longer, partly because the scale of the subsequent figures' achievements genuinely does dwarf the earlier ones, and partly because the specific stories of the earlier generation are less dramatic in their individual details, less trust-busting, less labour conflict, less obvious political drama than the Gilded Age stories that followed them. What they are is more foundational. Astor did not invent Manhattan real estate, but he established the logic that has governed it for 2 centuries. Vanderbilt did not invent competitive transportation business, but he demonstrated the specific mechanisms of infrastructure control that shaped every major transportation enterprise of the following century. Stewart did not invent retail, but he built the commercial environment in which every subsequent major retailer has operated. These contributions were made in less dramatic circumstances and with less public attention than their successors' achievements, which is exactly what you would expect from a generation that was establishing methods rather than scaling them. The question of how history remembers and forgets is, ultimately, the question with which this account began, in the ashes of a burning Natchez plantation house in May of 2025. The fire that opened this story was destroying physical evidence of a world that had already been fading from public memory for a century and a half. What burned was one witness. The record of that world, imperfect and partial as it is, exists in the surviving buildings, in the documentary archives, in the commercial practices that the era established, and that subsequent generations inherited without always knowing their origins. This account has tried to recover some of that record not comprehensively, since a complete treatment of this era would require multiple volumes and decades of archival research, but sufficiently to give the forgotten generation its due as the foundational moment of American concentrated wealth. The people described here were not saints. They operated in ways that extracted value from many people who did not share proportionately in the wealth they helped create, and some of what they did we would today consider straightforwardly wrong. But they were also genuinely consequential, the first people to demonstrate at scale what American commercial opportunity could produce when someone applied sufficient intelligence, patience, and commercial aggression to its specific conditions. The America they shaped is the America that shaped everything that came after, including the Gilded Age that has overshadowed them and the 21st century that is still living with the consequences of both. The gold watch in the Atlantic is the image this story closes on, because it is more complete than any single building or financial statement. 4 generations, $7 and a few flutes on a Baltimore dock in 1784, a monogrammed gold watch in the North Atlantic in 1912, a fortune that survived the watch's owner and continued generating income from Manhattan land that the original Astor had bought as mudflats a century before.